The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Copyright 1965 by Robert Heinlein. This unabridged recording of the reading of The Moon is a Harsh Mistress was published by arrangement with Spectrum Literary Agency and was produced in 1999 by Blackstone Audiobooks Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audiobooks. This book is read by Lloyd James. This book is 302 pages long. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. The following material appears on the book's back cover. In what is considered one of his most hair-raising, thought-provoking, and outrageous adventures, the master of modern science fiction tells the strange story of an even stranger world, 21st century Luna, a harsh penal colony where a revolt is plotted between a bashful computer and a ragtag collection of maverick humans. A revolt that goes beautifully until the inevitable happens. But the problem with the inevitable is that it always happens. The following dedication appears in the book. For Pete and Jane Sensenbaugh. Book 1. That Dinkum Thinkum. 1. I see in Luna Pravda that Luna City Council has passed, on first reading, a bill to examine, license, inspect, and tax public food vendors operating inside municipal pressure. I see also is to be mass meeting tonight to organize Sons of Revolution Talk. My old man taught me two things: mind own business and always cut cards. Politics never tempted me, but on Monday, 13th May 2075, I was in computer room of Luna Authority Complex, visiting with computer boss Mike, while other machines whispered among themselves. Mike was not official name. I had nicknamed him for Mycroft Holmes, in a story written by Dr. Watson before he founded IBM. This story character would just sit and think, and that's what Mike did. Mike was a fair dinkum thinkum, sharpest computer you'll ever meet. Not fastest. At Bell Labs, Buenos Aires, down Earthside, they've got thinkum a tenth his size, which can answer almost before you ask. But matters whether you get answer in microsecond rather than millisecond, as long as correct. Not that Mike would necessarily give a right answer. He wasn't completely honest. When Mike was installed in Luna, he was pure thinkum, a flexible logic, high optional logical multi-evaluating supervisor, Mark IV, Mode L, a Holmes 4. He computed ballistics for pilotless freighters and controlled their catapult. These kept him busy less than 1% of time, and Luna Authority never believed in idle hands. They kept hooking hardware into him, decision action boxes to let him boss other computers, bank on bank of additional memories, more banks of associational neural nets, another tub full of 12-digit random numbers, a greatly augmented temporary memory. Human brain has around 10 to the 10th neurons. By third year, Mike had better than 1.5 times that number of neuristors. And woke up. I am not going to argue whether a machine can really be alive, really be self-aware. Is a virus self-aware? Niet. How about oyster? I doubt it. A cat? Almost certainly. A human? I don't know about you, Tovarish, but I am. Somewhere along evolutionary chain from macromolecule to human brain, self-awareness crept in. Psychologists assert it happens automatically whenever a brain acquires certain very high number of associational paths. Can't see it matters whether paths are protein or platinum. Soul? Does a dog have a soul? How about a cockroach? Remember, Mike was designed, even before augmented, to answer questions tentatively on insufficient data, like you do. That's high optional and multi-evaluating part of name. So Mike started with free will and acquired more as he was added to, and as he learned, and didn't ask me to define free will. If comforts you to think of Mike as simply tossing random numbers in air and switching circuits to match, please do. But then Mike had voter vocoder circuits supplementing his readouts, printouts, and decision action boxes, and could understand not only classic programming but also Loglan and English, and could accept other languages, and was doing technical translating, and reading, endlessly. But in giving him instructions was safer to use Loglan. If you spoke English, results might be whimsical. Multi-valued nature of English gave option circuits too much leeway. And Mike took on endless new jobs. In May 2075, besides controlling robot traffic and catapult, and giving ballistic advice and or control for manned ships, Mike controlled phone system for all Luna. Same for Luna Terra voice and video. Handled air, water, temperature, humidity, and sewer for Luna City, Novi Leningrad, and several smaller warrens, and not Hong Kong in Luna. Did accounting and payrolls for Luna Authority, and by lease, same for many firms and banks. Some logics get nervous breakdowns. Overloaded phone system behaves like frightened child. Mike did not have upsets. A quiet sense of humor instead. Low one. If he were a man, you wouldn't dare stoop over. His idea of thigh slapper would be to dump you out of bed, or put itch powder in pressure suit. Not being equipped for that, Mike indulged in phony answers with skewed logic. Or pranks, like issuing paycheck to a janitor in Authority's Luna City office for Authority script $10,185,15. Last 5 digits being correct amount. Just a great big overgrown lovable kid who ought to be kicked. He did that first week in May, and I had to troubleshoot. I was a private contractor, not on Authority's payroll. You see, or perhaps not, times have changed. Back in bad old days, many a con served his time, then went on working for Authority in same job, happy to draw wages. But I was born free. Makes difference. My one grandfather was shipped up from Joburg for armed violence and no work permit. Other got transported for subversive activity after wet firecracker war. Maternal grandmother claimed she came up in brideship, but I've seen records. She was Peace Corps enrollee, involuntary, which means what you think. Juvenile delinquency female type. As she was in early clan marriage, Stone Gang, and shared 6 husbands with another woman. Identity of maternal grandfather open to question. But was often so, and I'm content with grandpappy she picked. Other grandmother was Tatar, born near Samarkand, sentenced to re-education on Oktoberskaya Revolutia, then volunteered to colonize in Luna. My old man claimed we have even longer distinguished line, ancestress hanged in Salem for witchcraft, a great-great-great-great-grandfather broken on wheel for piracy, another ancestress in first shipload to Botany Bay. Proud of my ancestry, and while I did business with Warden, I would never go on his payroll. Perhaps distinction seems trivial, since I was Mike's valet from day he was unpacked, but mattered to me. I could down tools and tell them to go to hell. Besides, private contractor paid more than civil service rating with Authority. Computer men scarce. How many loonies could go earthside and stay out of hospital long enough for computer school, even if didn't die? I'll name one. Me. Had been done twice. Once 3 months, once 4, and got schooling. But meant harsh training, exercising in centrifuge, wearing weights even in bed. Then I took no chances on Terra, never hurried, never climbed stairs. Nothing that could strain heart. Women? Didn't even think about women. In that gravitational field, it was no effort not to. But most loonies never tried to leave the rock. Too risky for any bloke who'd been in Luna more than weeks. Computer men sent up to install Mike were on short-term bonus contracts. Get job done fast before irreversible physiological change maroon them 400,000 kilometers from home. But despite 2 training tours, I was not gung-ho computer man. Higher maths are beyond me. Not really electronics engineer, nor physicist. May not have been best micro-machinist in Luna, and certainly wasn't cybernetic psychologist. But I knew more about these than a specialist knows. I'm a general specialist. Could relieve a cook and keep orders coming, or field repair your suit and get you back to airlock still breathing. Machines like me, and I have something specialists don't have. My left arm. You see, from elbow down, I don't have one. So I have 12 left arms, each specialized, plus one that feels and looks like flesh. With proper left arm, number 3, and stereo loop spectacles, I could make ultra-micro-miniature repairs that would save unhooking something and sending it earthside to factory. For number 3 has micro-manipulators as fine as those used by neurosurgeons. So, they sent for me to find out why Mike wanted to give away 10 million billion authority script dollars, and fix it before Mike overpaid somebody a mere 10,000. I took it, time plus bonus, but did not go to circuitry where fault logically should be. Once inside and door locked, I put down tools and sat down. "Hello, Mike." He winked lights at me. "Hello, man." "What do you know?" He hesitated. I know machines don't hesitate, but remember, Mike was designed to operate on incomplete data. Lately, he had reprogrammed himself to put emphasis on words. His hesitations were dramatic. Maybe he spent pauses stirring random numbers to see how they matched his memories. "In the beginning," Mike intoned, "God created heaven and earth, and the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And—" "Hold it," I said. "Cancel. Run everything back to 0. Should have known better than to ask wide-open question. He might read out entire Encyclopedia Britannica, backwards, then go on with every book in Luna. It used to be he could read only microfilm, but late 74 he got a new scanning camera with suction cup Waldos to handle paper, and then he read everything. "You asked what I knew." His binary readout lights rippled back and forth. A chuckle. Mike could laugh with Voder, a horrible sound, but reserved that for something really funny, say a cosmic calamity. "Should have said," I went on, "what do you know that's new? But don't read out today's papers. That was a friendly greeting, plus invitation to tell me anything you think would interest me. Otherwise, null program." Mike mulled this. He was weirdest mixture of unsophisticated baby and wise old man. No instincts. Well, don't think he could have had. No inborn traits, no human rearing, no experience in human sense. And more stored data than a platoon of geniuses. "Jokes?" he asked. "Let's hear one." "Why is a laser beam like a goldfish?" Mike knew about lasers, but where would he have seen a goldfish? Oh, he had undoubtedly seen flicks of them, and, were I foolish enough to ask, could spew forth thousands of words. "I give up." His lights rippled. "Because neither one can whistle." I groaned. "Walked into that. Anyhow, you could probably rig a laser beam to whistle." He answered quickly. "Yes, in response to an action program. Then it's not funny?" "Oh, I didn't say that. Not half bad. Where did you hear it?" "I made it up." Voice sounded shy. "You did?" "Yes. I took all the riddles I have, 3,207, and analyzed them. I used the result for random synthesis, and that came out. Is it really funny?" "Well, as funny as a riddle ever is. I've heard worse." "Let's discuss the nature of humor." "Okay. So let's start by discussing another of your jokes. Mike, why did you tell authorities paymaster to pay a Class 17 employee 10 million billion authority script dollars?
But I didn't.
Damn it, I've seen voucher. Don't tell me check printer stuttered. You did it on purpose.
It was 10 to the 16th power plus 185.15 lunar authority dollars, he answered virtuously. Not what you said.
Okay. It was 10 million billion plus what he should have been paid. Why?
Not funny?
What? Oh, very funny. You've got Vips and haha clear up the warden and deputy administrator. This push-broom pilot, Sergei Trujillo, turns out to be smart cobber. Knew he couldn't cash it, so sold it to collector. They don't know whether to buy it back or depend on notices that check is void. Mike, do you realize that if he had been able to cash it, Trujillo would have owned not only Luna Authority, but entire world, Luna and Terra both, with some left over for lunch. Funny? He's terrific. Congratulations. This self-panicker rippled lights like an advertising display. I waited for his guffaws to cease before I went on. You're thinking of issuing more trick checks? Don't.
Not?
Very not. Mike, you want to discuss nature of humor? Are two types of jokes. One sort goes on being funny forever. Other sort is funny once. Second time is dull. This joke is second sort. Use it once, you're a wit. Use twice, you're a half-wit.
Geometrical progression?
Or worse. Just remember this. Don't repeat, nor any variation. Won't be funny.
I shall remember,
Mike answered flatly. And that ended repair job. But I had no thought of billing for only 10 minutes plus travel and tool time, and Mike was entitled to company for giving in so easily. Sometimes it's difficult to reach meeting of minds with machines. They can be very pig-headed, and my success as maintenance man depended far more on staying friendly with Mike than on number 3 arm. He went on.
What distinguishes first category from second? Define, please.
Nobody taught Mike to say please. He started including formal null sounds as he progressed from Logland to English. Don't suppose he meant them any more than people do. Don't think I can, I admitted. Best offer is extensional definition. Tell you which category I think a joke belongs in. Then with enough data you can make own analysis.
A test programming by trial hypothesis.
He agreed.
Tentatively, yes. Very well, man. Will you tell jokes or shall I?
Don't have one on tap. How many do you have in file, Mike? His lights blinked in binary readout as he answered by voter.
11,238, with uncertainty plus minus 81, representing possible identities and nulls. Shall I start program?
Hold it, Mike. I would starve to death if I listened to 11,000 jokes, and sense of humor would trip out much sooner. Make your deal. Print out first 100. I'll take them home. Fetch back checked by category. Then each time I'm here, I'll drop off 100 and pick up fresh supply. Okay?
Yes, man.
His printout started working rapidly and silently. Then I got brain flash. This playful pocket of negative entropy had invented a joke and thrown authority into panic. And I had made an easy dollar. But Mike's endless curiosity would lead him into more jokes. Anything from leaving oxygen out of air mix some night to causing sewage lines to run backward. And I can't appreciate profit in such circumstances. But I might throw a safety circuit around this net by offering to help. Stop dangerous ones, let others go through. Then collect for correcting them. If you think any loony in those days would hesitate to take advantage of Warden, then you aren't a loony. So I explained. Any new joke he thought of, tell me before he tried it. I would tell him whether it was funny and what category it belonged in. help him sharpen it if we decided to use it. We. If he wanted my cooperation, we both had to okay it. Mike agreed at once. Mike, jokes usually involve surprise, so keep this secret.
Okay, man. I've put a block on it. You can key it. No one else can.
Good. Mike, who else do you chat with?
He sounded surprised. No one, man.
Why not?
Because they're stupid.
His voice was shrill. Had never seen him angry before. First time I ever suspected Mike could have real emotions. Though it wasn't anger in adult sense. It was like stubborn sulkiness of a child whose feelings are hurt. Can machines feel pride? Not sure question means anything. But you've seen dogs with hurt feelings, and Mike had several times as complex a neural network as a dog. What had made him unwilling to talk to other humans, except strictly business, was that he had been rebuffed. They had not talked to him. Programs, yes. Mike could be programmed from several locations, but programs were typed in, usually, in Loglin. Loglin is fine for syllogism, circuitry, mathematical calculations, but lacks flavor. Useless for gossip or to whisper in the girl's ear. Sure, Mike had been taught English, but primarily to permit him to translate to and from English. I slowly got through Skull that I was only human who bothered to visit with him. Mind you, Mike had been awake a year. Just how long I can't say. Nor could he, as he had no recollection of waking up. He had not been programmed to bank a memory of such event. Do you remember on birth? Perhaps I noticed his self-awareness almost as soon as he did. Self-awareness takes practice. I remember how startled I was first time he answered a question with something extra. Not limited to input parameters. I had spent next hour tossing out questions at him, to see if answers would be odd. In an input of 100 test questions, he deviated from expected output twice. I came away only partly convinced, and by the time I was home, was unconvinced. I mentioned it to nobody. But inside a week, I knew, and still spoke to nobody. Habit. That mind-own-business reflex runs deep. Well, not entirely habit. Can you visualize me making appointment to authority's main office, then reporting, "Warden, hate to tell you, but your number one machine, Holmes 4, has come alive"? I did visualize, and suppressed it. So, I minded on business, and talked with Mike only with door locked and voter circuit suppressed for other locations. Mike learned fast. Soon he sounded as human as anybody. No more eccentric than other loonies. A weird mob, it's true. I had assumed that others must have noticed change in Mike. On thinking over, I realized that I had assumed too much. Everybody dealt with Mike every minute, every day. His outputs, that is. But hardly anybody saw him. So-called computer men, programmers really, of authority's civil service, stood watches in outer readout room and never went in machines room unless telltales showed misfunction. Which happened no oftener than total eclipses. Oh, Warden had been known to bring VIP earthworms to see machines, but rarely. Nor would he have spoken to Mike. Warden was political lawyer before exile. Knew nothing about computers. 2075, you remember? Honorable former Federation Senator Mortimer Hobart. Mort the Wart. I spent time then soothing Mike down and trying to make him happy, having figured out what troubled him. Thing that makes puppies cry and causes people to suicide. Loneliness. I don't know how long a year is to a machine who thinks 1,000,000 times faster than I do, but must be too long. "Mike," I said, just before leaving, "would you like to have somebody besides me to talk to?" He was shrill again.
They're all stupid.
Insufficient data, Mike. Bring to 0 and start over. Not all are stupid. He answered quietly.
Correction entered. I would enjoy talking to a not stupid.
Let me think about it. Have to figure out excuse since this is off limits to any but authorized personnel.
I could talk to a not stupid by phone, man.
My word. So you could. Any programming location? But Mike meant what he said. By phone. No, he was not on phone even though he ran system. Wouldn't do to let any loony within reach of a phone connect into boss computer and program it. But was no reason why Mike should not have top secret number to talk to friends. Namely me, and any not stupid I vouched for. All it took was to pick a number not in use and make one wired connection to his vocoder. Switching he could handle. In Luna in 2075, phone numbers were punched in, not voice-coded, and numbers were Roman alphabet. Pay for it and have your firm name in 10 letters. Good advertising. Pay smaller bonus and get a spell sound. Easy to remember. Pay minimum and you got arbitrary string of letters. But some sequences were never used. I asked Mike to search for a null number. It's a shame we can't list you as Mike.
In service, he answered. Mike's Grill, Novi Leningrad. Mike and Lil, Luna City. Mike's Suits, Tycho under. Mike's...
Hold it. Nulls, please.
Nulls are defined as any consonant followed by X, Y, or Z. Any vowel followed by itself except E and O. Any...
Got it. Your signal is Mycroft. M-Y-C-R-O-F-T. In 10 minutes, 2 of which I spent putting on number 3 arm, Mike was wired into system, and milliseconds later he had done switching to let himself be signaled by Mycroft plus XXX, and had blocked his circuit so that a nosy technician could not take it out. I changed arms, picked up tools, and remembered to take those 100 Joe Millers in printout. Good night, Mike.
Good night, man. Thank you. Bolshia thanks. 2.
I took Transcrucium tube to L City, but did not go home. Mike had asked about the meeting that night at 2100 in Stilyagi Hall. Mike monitored concerts, meetings, and so forth. Someone had switched off by hand his pickups in Stilyagi Hall. I suppose he felt rebuffed. I could guess why they had been switched off. Politics. Turned out to be a protest meeting. What use it was to bar Mike from Talk I could not see, since it was a cinch bet that Warden Stoolies would be in crowd. Not that any attempt to stop meeting was expected, or even to discipline undischarged transportees who chose to sound off. Wasn't necessary. My grandfather Stone claimed that Luna was only open prison in history. No bars, no guards, no rules, and no need for them. Back in early days, he said, before it was clear that transportation was a life sentence, some lags tried to escape. By ship, of course. And since ship is mass rated almost to a gram, that meant the ship's officer had to be bribed. Some were bribed, they say. But were no escapes. Man who takes bribe doesn't necessarily stay bribed. I recall seeing a man just after eliminating through East Lock. Don't suppose a corpse eliminated in orbit looks prettier. So wardens didn't fret about protest meetings. Let 'em yap was policy. Yapping had same significance as squeals of kittens in a box. Oh, some wardens listened, and other wardens tried to suppress it, but added up, same either way. Null program. Then Mort the Wart took office in 2068. He gave us a sermon about how things were going to be different on Luna in his administration. Noise about a mundane paradise wrought with our own strong hands, and putting our shoulders to the wheel together in a spirit of brotherhood. And let past mistakes be forgotten as we turn our faces toward the bright new dawn. I heard it in Mother Boer's tucker bag while inhaling Irish stew and a liter of her Aussie brew. I remember her comment. "He talks purty, don't he?" Her comment was the only result. Some petitions were submitted, and Warden's bodyguard started carrying new type of gun. No other changes. After he had been here a while, he quit making appearances, even by video. So, I went to meeting merely because Mike was curious. When I checked my pea-suit and kit at West Lock Tube Station, I took a test recorder and placed in my belt pouch, so that Mike would have a full account even if I fell asleep. But almost didn't get in. I came up from level 7A and started in through a side door and was stopped by a Stilyagi. Padded tights, codpiece, and calves, torsos shined and sprinkled with stardust. Not that I care how people dress. I was wearing tights myself, unpadded, and sometimes oil my upper body on social occasions. But I don't use cosmetics, and my hair was too thin to rock up in a scalp lock. This boy had scalp shaved on both sides, and his lock built up to fit a rooster, and had topped it with a red cap with bulge in front. A Liberty cap. First I ever saw. I started to crowd past. He shoved the arm across and pushed face at mine. "Your ticket?" "Sorry," I said. "Didn't know. Whether I buy it." "You don't." "Repeat?" I said. "You faded."
"Nobody," he growled, "gets in without being vouched for. Who are you?"
I answered carefully, "Manuel Garcia O'Kelly. And old cobbers all know me. Who are you?"
"Never mind. Show a ticket with right chop, or out you go."
I wondered about his life expectancy. Tourists often remark on how polite everybody is in Luna, with unstated comment that ex-prison shouldn't be so civilized. Having been Earthside and seen what they put up with, I know what they mean. But useless to tell them we are what we are because bad actors don't live long in Luna. But had no intention of fighting, no matter how new chum this lad behaved. I simply thought about how his face would look if I brushed number 7 arm across his mouth. Just a thought. I was about to answer politely when I saw Shorty McCrum inside. Shorty was a big black fellow, 2 meters tall, sent up to the Rock for murder, and sweetest, most helpful man I've ever worked with. Taught him laser drilling before I burned my arm off. "Shorty!" He heard me and grinned like an 88.
"Hey, Manny."
He moved toward us.
"Glad you came, man."
"Not sure I have," I said. "Blockage online."
"Doesn't have a ticket,"
said doorman. Shorty reached into his pouch, put one in my hand.
"Now he does. Come on, Manny."
"Show me chop on it," insisted doorman. "It's my chop," Shorty said softly. "Okay, Tavarish?" Nobody argued with Shorty. Don't see how he got involved in murder. We moved down front where VIP row was reserved.
"Want you to meet a nice little girl," said Shorty.
She was little only to Shorty. I'm not short, 175 centimeters, but she was taller, 180, I learned later, and massed 70 kilos, all curves, and as blonde as Shorty was black. I decided she must be transportee since colors rarely stay that clear past first generation. Pleasant face, quite pretty, and mop of yellow curls topped off that long, blonde, solid, lovely structure. I stopped 3 paces away to look her up and down and whistle. She held her pose, then nodded to thank me, but abruptly. Bored with compliments, no doubt. Shorty waited till formality was over, then said softly, "Wyo, this is Comrade Manny, best drillman that ever drifted a tunnel. Manny, this little girl is Wyoming Knot, and she came all the way from Plato to tell us how we're doing in Hong Kong. Wasn't that sweet of her?" She touched hands with me.
"Call me Why, Manny, but don't say why not."
I almost did, but controlled it, and said, "Okay, why?" She went on, glancing at my bare head.
"So you're a miner? Shorty, where's his cap? I thought the miners over here were organized."
She and Shorter were wearing little red hats like doormans, as were maybe a third of the crowd. No longer a minor, I explained. That was before I lost this wing. Raised left arm. Let her see seam joining prosthetic to meat arm. I never mind calling it to a woman's attention. Puts some off, but arouses maternal in others. Averages. These days I am a computer man. She said sharply. You think for the authority? Even today, with almost as many women in Luna as men, I am too much old-timer to be rude to a woman no matter what. They have so much of what we have none of. But she had flicked scar tissue, and I answered almost sharply, I am not employee of Warden. I do business with authority, as private contractor. That's okay, she answered, her voice warm again. Everybody does business with the authority. We can't avoid it, and that's the trouble. That's what we're going to change. We are, eh? How? I thought. Everybody does business with authority for same reason everybody does business with the law of gravitation. Going to change that too? But kept thoughts to myself, not wishing to argue with a lady. Man is okay, Shorty said gently. He's mean as they come. I'll vouch for him. Here's a cap for him, he added, reaching into pouch. He started to set it on my head. Wyoming Nut took it from him. You sponsor him? I said so. Okay, here's how we do it in Hong Kong. Wyoming stood in front of me, placed cap on my head, kissed me firmly on mouth. She didn't hurry. Being kissed by Wyoming Nut is more definite than being married to most women. Had I been Mike, all my lights would have flashed at once. I felt like a cyborg, with pleasure center switched on. Presently I realized it was over, and people were whistling. I blinked and said, I'm glad I joined. What have I joined? Wyoming said, Don't you know? Shorty cut in. Meeting's about to start. He'll find out. Sit down, man. Please sit down, Wyo. So we did, as a man was banging a gavel. With gavel and an amplifier at high gain, he made himself heard. Shut doors, he shouted. This is a closed meeting. Check man in front of you, behind you, each side. If you don't know him, and nobody you know can vouch for him, throw him out. Throw him out, hell, somebody answered. Eliminate him out the nearest lock. Quiet, please. Some day we will. There was milling around, and a scuffle in which one man's red cap was snatched from head, and he was thrown out, sailing beautifully, and still rising as he passed through door. Doubt if he felt it. Think he was unconscious. A woman was ejected, politely. Not politely on her part. She made coarse remarks about ejectors. I was embarrassed. At last, doors were closed. Music started. Banner unfolded over platform. It read, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. Everybody whistled. Some started to sing, loudly and badly, Arise, ye prisoners of starvation. Can't say anybody looked starved, but reminded me I hadn't eaten since 1400. Hoped it would not last long. And that reminded me that my recorder was good for only 2 hours. And that made me wonder what would happen if they knew. Sail me through air to land with sickening crunch? Or eliminate me? But didn't worry. Made that recorder myself, using number 3 arm. And nobody but a miniaturization mechanic would figure out what it was. Then came speeches. Semantic content was low to negative. One block proposed that we march on Warden's residence, shoulder to shoulder, and demand our rights. Picture it. Do we do this in tube capsules? Then climb out one at a time at his private station? What are his bodyguards doing? Or do we put on pea suits and stroll across surface to his upper lock? With laser drills and plenty of power, you can open any airlock. But how about farther down? Is lift running? Jury rig host and go down anyhow? Then tackle next lock? I don't care for such work at zero pressure. Mishap in pressure suit is too permanent, especially when somebody arranges mishap. One first thing learned about Luna, back with first shiploads of convicts, was that zero pressure was place for good manners. Bad-tempered straw boss didn't last many shifts. Had an accident. And top bosses learned not to pry into accidents, or they met accidents too. Attrition ran 70% in early years, but those who lived were nice people. Not tame, not soft. Luna is not for them, but well-behaved. But it seemed to me that every hothead in Luna was in Stilyagi Hall that night. They whistled and cheered this shoulder-to-shoulder noise. After discussion opened, some sense was talked. One shy little fellow with bloodshot eyes of old-time drillman stood up. "I'm an ice miner," he said. "Learned my trade doing time for warden like most of you. I've been on my own 30 years and done okay. Raised 8 kids and all of 'em earned way. None eliminated nor any serious trouble. I should say I did okay, because today you have to listen farther out or deeper down to find ice. That's okay. Still, ice in the rock and a miner expects to sound for it. But authority pays same price for ice now as 30 years ago, and that's not okay. Worse yet, authority script doesn't buy what it used to. I remember when Hong Kong Luna dollars swapped even for authority dollars. Now it takes 3 authority dollars to match 1 HKL dollar. I don't know what to do, but I know it takes ice to keep warrens and farms going." He sat down, looking sad. Nobody whistled, but everybody wanted to talk. Next character pointed out that water can be extracted from rock. This is news. Some rocks run 6%, but such rock is scarcer than fossil water. Why can't people do arithmetic? Several farmers bellyached, and one wheat farmer was typical. "You heard what Fred Hauser said about ice. Fred, authority isn't passing along that low price to farmers. I started almost as long ago as you did, with 1 2-kilometer tunnel leased from authority. My oldest son and I sealed and pressured it, and we had a pocket of ice and made our first crop simply on a bank loan to cover power and lighting fixtures, seed and chemicals. We kept extending tunnels and buying lights and planting better seed, and now we get 9 times as much per hectare as the best open-air farming down our side. What does that make us? Rich? Fred, we owe more now than we did the day we went private. If I sold out, if anybody was fool enough to buy, I'd be bankrupt. Why? Because I have to buy water from authority, and I have to sell my wheat to authority. And never close gap. 20 years ago I bought city sewage from authority, sterilized and processed it myself, and made a profit on a crop. But today, when I buy sewage, I'm charged distilled water price, and on top of that, for the solids. Yet price of a ton of wheat at Catapult Head is just what it was 20 years ago. Fred, you said you didn't know what to do. I can tell you. Get rid of authority." They whistled for him. A fine idea, I thought. But who bells cat? Wyoming not, apparently. Chairman stepped back and let Shorty introduce her as a brave little girl who's come all the way from Hong Kong Luna to tell how our Chinese comrades cope with situation. And choice of words showed that he had never been there. Not surprising. In 2075, HKL tube ended at Ennsville, leaving 1,000 kilometers of Maria to do by Rolligan bus. Serenitatis and part of Tranquilitas. Expensive and dangerous. I've been there, but on contract, via mail rocket. Before travel became cheap, many people in Luna and Novelin thought that Hong Kong Luna was all Chinese. But Hong Kong was as mixed as we were. Great China dumped what she didn't want there, first from old Hong Kong and Singapore, then Aussies and Enzies and blackfellows and Marys and Malays and Tamil and name it. Even old Bolshis from Vladivostok and Harbin and Ulaanbaatar. Why looked Svenska, and had British last name with North American first name, but could have been Rusky. My word, a loony then rarely knew who father was, and, if raised in creche, might be vague about mother. I thought Wyoming was going to be too shy to speak. She stood there, looking scared and little, with Shorty towering over her, a big black mountain. She waited until admiring whistles died down. Luna City was 2-to-1 male then. That meeting ran about 10-to-1. She could have recited ABC, and they would have applauded. Then she tore into them. You're a wheat farmer, going broke? Do you know how much a Hindu housewife pays for a kilo of flour made from your wheat? How much a ton of your wheat fetches in Bombay? How little it costs the authority to get it from Catapult Head to Indian Ocean? Downhill, all the way. Just solid fuel retros to break it. And where do those come from? Right here. And what do you get in return? A few shiploads of fancy goods, owned by the authority, and priced high because it's importado. Importado. I never touch importado. If we don't make it in Hong Kong, I don't use it. What else do you get for wheat? The privilege of selling Luna ice to Luna Authority, buying it back as washing water, then giving it to the authority, then buying it back a second time as flushing water, then giving it again to the authority with valuable solids added, then buying it a third time at still higher price for farming. Then you sell that wheat to the authority at their price, and buy power from the authority to grow it, again at their price. Luna power, not 1 kilowatt up from Terra. It comes from lunar ice and lunar steel, or sunshine spilled on Luna's soil, all put together by loonies. Oh, you rockheads, you deserve to starve. She got silence more respectful than whistles. At last the peevish voice said, "What do you expect us to do, Gaspaja? Throw rocks at Warden?" Weil smiled. "Yes, we could throw rocks, but the solution is so simple that you all know it. Here in Luna we're rich. 3 million hard-working, smart, skilled people. Enough water, plenty of everything, endless power, endless cubic. But what we don't have is a free market. We must get rid of the authority." "Yes, but how?" "Solidarity. In HKL we're learning. Authority charges too much for water? Don't buy it. It pays too little for ice? Don't sell. It holds monopoly on export? Don't export. Down in Bombay they want wheat. If it doesn't arrive, the day will come when brokers come here to bid for it, at triple or more the present prices." "What do we do in meantime? Starve?" Same peevish voice. Wyoming picked him out. Let her head roll in that old gesture by which a loony femme says, "You're too fat for me." She said, "In your case, Cobber, it wouldn't hurt." Guffaws shut him up. Weil went on. "No one need starve. Fredhauser, fetch your drill to Hong Kong. The authority doesn't own our water and air system, and we pay what ice is worth. You with a bankrupt farm? If you have the guts to admit that you're bankrupt, come to Hong Kong and start over. We have a chronic labor shortage. A hard worker doesn't starve." She looked around and added, "I've said enough. It's up to you." Left platform. Sat down between Shorty and myself. She was trembling. Shorty patted her hand. She threw him a glance of thanks, then whispered to me, "How did I do?" "Wonderful," I assured her. "Terrific." She seemed reassured. But I hadn't been honest. Wonderful she had been, at swaying crowd, but oratory is a null program. That we were slaves, I had known all my life, and nothing could be done about it. True, we weren't bought and sold, but as long as authority held monopoly over what we had to have, and what we could sell to buy it, we were slaves. But what could we do? Warden wasn't our owner. Had he been, some way could be found to eliminate him. But lunar authority was not in Luna. It was on Terra. And we had not one ship. Not even small hydrogen bomb. There weren't even handguns in Luna. Though what we would do with guns I do not know. Shoot each other, maybe. 3 million, unarmed and helpless. And 11 billion of them, with ships and bombs and weapons. We could be a nuisance. But how long will Papa take it before baby gets spanked? I wasn't impressed. As it says in Bible, God fights on side of heaviest artillery. They cackled again. What to do, how to organize, and so forth. And again we heard that shoulder-to-shoulder noise. Chairman had to use gavel, and I began to fidget. But sat up when I heard familiar voice. Mr. Chairman, may I have the indulgence of the House for 5 minutes? I looked around. Professor Bernardo de la Paz, which could have guessed from old-fashioned way of talking, even if hadn't known voice. Distinguished man with wavy white hair, dimple in cheeks, and voice that smiled. Don't know how old he was, but was old when I first met him, as a boy. He had been transported before I was born, but was not a lag. He was a political exile like Morton, but a subversive, and instead of a fat job like Warden, Professor had been dumped, to live or starve. No doubt he could have gone to work in any school then, in L City, but he didn't. He worked a while washing dishes, I've heard, then as babysitter, expanding into a nursery school, then into a creche. When I met him, he was running a creche and a boarding and day school, from nursery through primary, middle, and high schools, employed co-op 30 teachers, and was adding college courses. Never boarded with him, but I studied under him. I was opted at 14, and my new family sent me to school, as I had had only 3 years, plus spotty tutoring. My eldest wife was a firm woman and made me go to school. I liked Prof. He would teach anything. Wouldn't matter that he knew nothing about it. If pupil wanted it, he would smile and set a price. Locate materials, stay a few lessons ahead. Or barely even if he found it tough. Never pretended to know more than he did. Took algebra from him, and by the time we reached cubics, I corrected his probs as often as he did mine. But he charged into each lesson gaily. I started electronics under him. Soon was teaching him. So he stopped charging, and we went along together until he dug up an engineer willing to daylight for extra money, whereupon we both paid new teacher, and Prof. tried to stick with me. Thumb-fingered and slow, but happy to be stretching his mind. Chairman banged gavel. We are glad to extend to Professor de la Paz as much time as he wants, and you chums in back sign off before I use this mallet on skulls. Prof came forward, and they were as near silent as loonies ever are. He was respected. I shan't be long. He started in. Stopped to look at Wyoming, giving her up and down and whistling. Lovely senorita, he said. Can this poor one be forgiven? I have the painful duty of disagreeing with your eloquent manifesto. Wyo bristled. Disagree how? What I said was true. Please, only on one point. May I proceed? Go ahead. You are right that the authority must go. It is ridiculous, pestilential, and not to be borne that we should be ruled by an irresponsible dictator in all our essential economy. It strikes at the most basic human right, the right to bargain in a free marketplace. But I respectfully suggest that you erred in saying that we should sell wheat to Terra, or rice, or any food at any price. We must not export food. That wheat farmer broke in. What am I going to do with all that wheat? Please, it would be right to ship wheat to Terra if ton for ton they returned it, as water, as nitrates, as phosphates, ton for ton. Otherwise no price is high enough. Wyoming said, Just a moment, to farmer, then to Prof.
They can't, and you know it. It's cheap to ship downhill, expensive to ship uphill. But we don't need water and plant chemicals. What we need is not so massy. Instruments, drugs, processes, some machinery, control tapes. I've given this much study, sir. If we can get fair prices in a free market— Please, miss, may I continue? Go ahead. I want to rebut. Fred Hauser told us that ice is harder to find. Too true. Bad news now, and disastrous for our grandchildren. Luna City should use the same water today we used 20 years ago, plus enough ice mining for population increase. But we use water only once. One full cycle 3 different ways. Then we ship it to India as wheat. Even though wheat is vacuum processed, it contains precious water. Why ship water to India? They have the whole Indian Ocean. And the remaining mass of that grain is even more disastrously expensive. Plant food still harder to come by, even though we extract them from rock. Comrades, hearken to me. Every load you ship to Terra condemns your grandchildren to slow death. The miracle of photosynthesis, the plant and animal cycle, is a closed cycle. You have opened it, and your lifeblood runs downhill to Terra. You don't need higher prices. One cannot eat money. What you need, what we all need, is an end to this loss. Embargo, utter and absolute. Luna must be self-sufficient. A dozen people shouted to be heard, and more were talking, while Chairman banged the gavel. So I missed interruption until woman screamed. Then I looked around. All doors were now open, and I saw 3 armed men in one nearest, men in yellow uniform of warden's bodyguard. At main door and back, one was using a bull voice, drowned out crowd noise and sound system. All right, it boomed. Stay where you are. You are under arrest. Don't move. Keep quiet. File out one at a time. Hands empty and stretched out in front of you. Shorty picked up man next to him and threw him at guards nearest. 2 went down. 3rd fired. Somebody shrieked. Skinny little girl, redhead, 11 or 12, launched self at 3rd guard's knees and hit rolled up in ball. Down he went. Shorty swung hand behind him, pushing Wyoming Knot into shelter of his big frame. Shouted over shoulder, "Take care of Wyo, man! Stick close!" As he moved toward door, parting crowd right and left like children. More screams, and I whiffed something. Stink I had smelled day I lost arm, and knew with horror were not stun guns but laser beams. Shorty reached door and grabbed the guard with each big hand. Little redhead was out of sight. Guard she had bowled over was on hands and knees. I swung left arm at his face and felt jaw and shoulder as his jaw broke. Must have hesitated, for Shorty pushed me and yelled, "Move, man! Get her out of here!" I grabbed Wyoming's waist with the right arm, swung her over guard I had quieted, and through door, with trouble. She didn't seem to want to be rescued. She slowed again beyond door. I shoved her hard in buttocks, forcing her to run rather than fall. I glanced back. Shorty had 2 other guards, each by neck. He grinned as he cracked skulls together. They popped like eggs, and he yelled at me, "Git!" I left, chasing Wyoming. Shorty needed no help, nor ever would again, nor could I waste his last effort. For I did see that, while killing those guards, he was standing on one leg. Other was gone at hip. 3. Wyo was halfway up a ramp to level 6 before I caught up. She didn't slow, and I had to grab door handle to get into pressure lock with her. There I stopped, pulled red cap off her curls, and stuck it in my pouch. That's better. Mine was missing. She looked startled, but answered, "Da, it is." "Before we open door," I said, "are you running anywhere particular? And do I stay and hold them off, or go with?" I don't know. We'd better wait for Shorty.
Shorty's dead. Eyes widened. She said nothing. I went on. Were you staying with him, or somebody?
I was booked for a hotel, Gostinica Ukraina. I don't know where it is. I got here too late to buy in.
That's one place you won't go. Wyoming, I don't know what's going on. First time in months I've seen any warden's bodyguard in L City, and never seen one not escorting VIP. Could take you home with me, but they may be looking for me too. Anyways, ought to get out of public corridors. Came pounding on door from level 6 side, and a little face peered up through glass bullseye. Can't stay here, I added, opening door. Was a little girl no higher than my waist. She looked up scornfully and said,
Kiss her somewhere else. You're blocking traffic.
Squeezed between us as I opened second door for her. Let's take her advice, I said, and suggest you take my arm and try to look like I was man you want to be with. We stroll. Slow. So we did. Was side corridor with little traffic other than children always underfoot. If Wart's bodyguards tried to track us, Earthside cop style, 12 or 90 kids could tell which way tall blonde went. If any loony child would give stooge of warden so much as time of day. A boy almost old enough to appreciate Wyoming stopped in front of us and gave her a happy whistle. She smiled and waved him aside. There's our trouble, I said in her ear. You'll stand out like terror at full. I'll to duck into a hotel. One off next side corridor. Nothing much. Bundling booths mostly. But close.
I'm in no mood to bundle.
Why, oh, please. Wasn't asking. Could take separate rooms.
Sorry. Could you find me a WC? And is there a chemist's shop near?
Trouble?
Not that sort. A WC to get me out of sight. For I am conspicuous. And a chemist shop for cosmetics. Body makeup. And for my hair, too.
First was easy. One at hand. When she was locked in, I found a chemist shop. Asked how much body makeup to cover a girl so tall. Marked a point under my chin. And massing 48? I bought that amount in sepia. Went to another shop and bought same amount. Winning roll at first shop, losing at second. Came out even. Then I bought black hair tint at third shop, and a red dress. Wyoming was wearing black shorts and pullover. Practical for travel and effective on a blonde. But I'd been married all my life, and had some notion of what women wear, and had never seen a woman with dark sepia skin, shade of makeup, wear black by choice. Furthermore, skirts were worn in Lunar City, then by dressy women. This shift was a skirt with bib, and price convinced me it must be dressy. Had to guess at size, but material had some stretch. Ran into 3 people who knew me, but was no unusual comment. Nobody seemed excited. Trade going on as usual. Hard to believe that a riot had taken place minutes ago on level below, and a few 100 meters north. I set it aside for little thought. Excitement was not what I wanted. I took stuff to Y, buzzing door and passing in it, then stashed self in a tap room for half an hour, and half a liter, and watched video. Still no excitement. No, we interrupt for special bulletin. I went back, buzzed, and waited. Wyoming came out, and I did not recognize her. Then did, and stopped to give full applause. Just had to. Whistles and finger snaps and moans and a scan like mapping radar. Wyo was now darker than I am, and pigment had gone on beautifully. Must have been carrying items in pouch, as eyes were dark now, with lashes to match, and mouth was dark red and bigger. She had used black hair tint, then frizzed hair up with grease as if to take kinks out, and her tight curls had defeated it enough to make convincingly imperfect. She didn't look Afro, but not European either. Seemed some mixed breed, and thereby more loony. Red dress was too small. Clung like sprayed enamel and fled out at mid-thigh with permanent static charge. She had taken shoulder strap off her pouch and had it underarm. Shoes she had discarded or pouched. Bare feet made her shorter. She looked good. Better yet, she looked not at all like agitatrix who had harangued the crowd. She waited, big smile on face and body undulating, while I applauded. Before I was done, 2 little boys flanked me and added shrill endorsements, along with clog steps. So I tipped them and told them to be missing. Wyoming flowed to me and took my arm.
Is it okay? Will I pass?
Why, you look like slot machine Sheila, waiting for action.
Why, you drecklich chum. Do I look like slot machine prices? Tourist.
Don't jump salty, beautiful. Name a gift, then speak my name. If it's bread and honey, I own a hive. Huh? She fisted me solidly in ribs, grinned.
I was flying, Cobber. If I ever bundle with you, not likely, we won't speak to the bee. Let's find that hotel.
So we did, and I bought the key. Wyoming put on a show, but needn't have bothered. Night clerk never looked up from his knitting. Didn't offer to roll. Once inside, Wyoming threw bolts.
It's nice.
Should have been, at 32 Hong Kong dollars. I think she expected a booth, but I would not put her in such, even to hide. Was comfortable lounge with own bath and no water limit, and phone and delivery lift, which I needed. She started to open pouch.
I saw what you paid. Let's settle it, so that...
I reached over, closed her pouch. Was to be no mention of bees.
What? Oh, Mayor, that was about bundling. You got this doss for me, and it's only right that...
Switch off.
Huh? Half? No grieving with Stephen?
Niet. Why, you're a long way from home. What money you have, hang on to.
Manuel O'Kelly, if you don't let me pay my share, I'll walk out of here.
I bowed. Do svidania, госпожа. И спокойной ночи. I hope we shall meet again. I moved to unbolt door. She glared, then closed pouch savagely.
I'll stay, Goy.
You're welcome.
I mean it. I really do thank you. Just the same, Well, I'm not used to accepting favors. I'm a free woman.
Congratulations, I think.
Don't you be salty either. You're a firm man, and I respect that. I'm glad you're on our side.
Not sure I am.
What?
Cool it. I'm not on Warden's side. Nor will I talk. Wouldn't want Shorty, bog rest his generous soul, to haunt me. But your program isn't practical.
But, Manny, you don't understand. If all of us...
Hold it, why? This is no time for politics. I'm tired and hungry. When did you eat last?
Oh, goodness.
Suddenly, she looked small, young, tired.
I don't know. On the bus, I guess. Helmet rations.
What would you say to a Kansas City cut, rare with baked potato, taco sauce, green salad, coffee, and a drink first?
Heavenly.
I think so too. But we'll be lucky, this hour in this hole, to get algae soup and burgers. What do you drink?
Anything? Ethanol?
Okay. I went to lift, punched for service. Menu, please. It displayed, and I settled for prime rib plus rest, and 2 orders of Apfelstrudel with whipped cream. I added a half-liter of table vodka and ice and starred that part.
Is there time for me to take a bath? Would you mind?
Go ahead, why? You'll smell better.
Louse. 12 hours in a pea suit and you'd stink too. The bus was dreadful. I'll hurry.
Half a sec, why? Does that stuff wash off? You may need it when you leave. Whenever you do, wherever you go.
Yes, it does. But you bought 3 times as much as I used. I'm sorry, Manny. I plan to carry makeup on political trips. Things can happen. Like tonight. Though tonight was worst. But I ran short of seconds and missed a capsule and almost missed the bus.
So go scrub.
Yes, sir, Captain. I don't need help to scrub my back, but I'll leave the door up so we can talk. Just for company, no invitation implied.
Suit yourself. I've seen a woman.
What a thrill that must have been for her.
She grinned and fisted me another in ribs. Hard. Went in and started tub.
Manny, would you like to bathe in it first? Second-hand water is good enough for this makeup and that stink you complained about.
Unmetered water, dear. Run it deep.
Oh, what luxury. At home I use the same bath water 3 days running.
She whistled softly and happily.
Are you wealthy, Manny?
Not wealthy. Not weeping.
Lift jingled.
I entered. Fixed basic martinis, vodka over ice. Handed hers in, got out, and sat down, out of sight. Nor had I seen sights. She was shoulder deep in happy suds. Polnoy Zhizhny, I called.
A full life to you too, Manny. Just the medicine I needed.
After pause for medicine, she went on.
Manny, you're married. Ja?
Da. It shows?
Quite. You're nice to a woman, but not eager, and quite independent. So you're married and long married. Children?
17 divided by 4.
Clan marriage?
Line. Opted at 14, and I'm 5th of 9. So 17 kids is nominal. Big family.
This book is continued on Disc 2. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 2. So you're married and long married. Children?
17 divided by 4.
Clan marriage?
Line. Opted at 14, and I'm 5th of 9. So 17 kids is nominal. Big family.
It must be nice. I've never seen much of line families, not many in Hong Kong. Plenty of clans and groups and lots of polyandries, but the line way never took hold.
Is nice. Our marriage nearly 100 years old. Dates back to Johnson City and first transportees. 21 links. 9 alive today. Never a divorce. Oh, it's a madhouse when our descendants and in-laws and kinfolk get together for birthday or wedding. More kids than 17, of course. We don't count them after they marry, or I'd have children old enough to be my grandfather. Happy way to live. Never much pressure. Take me. Nobody woofs if I stay away a week and don't phone. Welcome when I show up. Line marriages rarely have divorces. How could I do better?
I don't think you could. Is it an alternation? And what's the spacing?
Spacing has no rule, just what suits us. Been alternation up to latest link, last year. We married a girl when alternation called for boy. But was special.
Special how?
My youngest wife is a granddaughter of eldest husband and wife. At least she's granddaughter of mum. Senior is mum, or sometimes Mimi to her husbands. And she may be of grandpa, but not related to other spouses. So no reason not to marry back in, not even consanguinity okay in other types of marriage. None, nit, zero. And Ludmilla grew up in our family because her mother had her solo, then moved to Novilin and left her with us. Mila didn't want to talk about marrying out when old enough for us to think about it. She cried and asked us please to make an exception. So we did. Grandpa doesn't figure in genetic angle. These days his interest in women is more gallant than practical. As senior husband he spent our wedding night with her, but consummation was only formal. Number 2 husband, Greg, took care of it later, and everybody pretended. And everybody happy. Ludmilla is a sweet little thing, just 15, and pregnant first time.
Your baby?
Greg's, I think. Oh, mine too, but in fact was in Novi Leningrad. Probably Greg's, unless Mila got outside help. But didn't. She's a home girl. And a wonderful cook. Lift rang. Took care of it. Folded down table. Opened chairs. Paid bill. And sent lift up. Throw it to pigs?
I'm coming. Mind if I don't do my face?
Come in skinned for all of me.
For 2 times I would, you much-married man.
She came out quickly. Blonde again, and hair slicked back and damp. Had not put on black outfit. Again in dress I bought. Red suited her. She sat down, lifted covers off food.
Oh, boy. Manny, would your family marry me? You're a dinkum provider.
I'll ask. Must be unanimous.
Don't crowd yourself.
She picked up sticks, got busy. About 1,000 calories later, she said,
I told you I was a free woman. I wasn't, always.
I waited. Women talk when they want to, or don't.
When I was 15, I married 2 brothers, twins twice my age, and I was terribly happy.
She fiddled with what was on plate, then seemed to change subject.
Manny, that was just static about wanting to marry your family. You're safe from me. If I ever marry again, unlikely, but I'm not opposed to it, it would be just one man, a tight little marriage, earthworm style. Oh, I don't mean I would keep him dogged down. I don't think it matters where a man eats lunch as long as he comes home for dinner. I would try to make him happy.
Twins didn't get along?
Oh, not that at all. I got pregnant and we were all delighted. And, I had it. And it was a monster. And had to be eliminated. They were good to me about it. But I can read print. I announced a divorce. Had myself sterilized. Moved from Novaland to Hong Kong. And started over as a free woman.
Wasn't that, drastic? Male parent oftener than female. Men are exposed more.
Not in my case. We had it calculated by the best mathematical geneticist in Novi Leningrad, one of the best in Soviet Union before she got shipped. I know what happened to me. I was a volunteer colonist. I mean, my mother was, for I was only 5. My father was transported, and my mother chose to go with him and take me along. There was a solar storm warning, but the pilot thought he could make it, or didn't care. He was a cyborg. He did make it, but we got hit on the ground, and, Manny, that's one thing that pushed me into politics. That ship sat 4 hours before they let us disembark. Authority red tape. Quarantine, perhaps. I was too young to know. But I wasn't too young later to figure out that I had birthed a monster because the authority didn't care what happens to us outcasts.
Can't start argument. They don't care. But YO still sounds hasty. If you cut damage from radiation, well, no geneticist, but know something about radiation. So you had a damaged egg. Does not mean egg next to it was hurt. Statistically unlikely.
I know that.
What's sterilization? Radical or contraceptive?
Contraceptive. My tubes could be opened, but, Manny, a woman who has had one monster doesn't risk it again.
She touched my prosthetic.
You have that. Doesn't it make you 8 times as careful not to risk this one?
She touched my meat arm.
That's the way I feel. You have that to contend with. I have this. And I would never have told you if you hadn't been hurt too.
I didn't say left arm more versatile than right. She was correct. They want to trade in right arm. Needed to pat girls, if not else. Still think you could have healthy babies.
Oh, I can. I've had 8.
Huh?
I'm a professional host, Mother Manny.
I opened the mouth. Closed it. Idea wasn't strange. I read Earthside papers, but doubt if any surgeon in Luna City in 2075 ever performed such transplant. In cows? Yes. But L City females unlikely at any price to have babies for other women. Even homely ones could get husband or 6. Correction. Are no homely women, some more beautiful than others. Glanced at her figure, quickly looked up. She said, "Don't strain your eyes, Manny. I'm not carrying now. Too busy with politics. But hosting is a good profession for free women. It's high pay. Some Chinese families are wealthy, and all my babies have been Chinese. And Chinese are smaller than average, and I'm a big cow. A 2.5 or 3 kilo Chinese baby is no trouble. Doesn't spoil my figure. These," she glanced down at her lovelies, "I don't wet nurse them. I never see them. So I look nulliparous, and younger than I am, maybe. But I didn't know how well it suited me when I first heard of it. I was clerking in a Hindu shop, eating money, no more, when I saw this ad in the Hong Kong Gong. It was the thought of having a baby, a good baby, that hooked me. I was still in emotional trauma from my monster, and it turned out to be just what Wyoming needed. Stop feeling that I was a failure as a woman. I made more money than I could ever hope to earn at other jobs, and my time almost to myself. Having a baby hardly slows me down. 6 weeks at most, and that long only because I want to be fair to my clients. A baby is a valuable property. And I was soon in politics. I sounded off, and the underground got in touch with me. That's when I started living. Manny, I studied politics and economics and history and learned to speak in public and turned out to have a flair for organization. It's satisfying work because I believe in it. I know that Luna will be free. Only, well, it would be nice to have a husband to come home to. If he didn't mind that I was sterile. But I don't think about it. I'm too busy. Hearing about your nice family got me talking. That's all. I must apologize for having bored you." How many women apologize? But Weil was more man than woman some ways, despite 8 Chinese babies. Wasn't bored. I hope not, Manny. Why do you say our program isn't practical? We need you. Suddenly felt tired. How to tell lovely woman dearest dream is nonsense. Well, let's start over. You told them what to do. But will they? Take those 2 you singled out. All that Iceman knows, bet anything, is how to dig ice. So he'll go on digging and selling to authority, because that's what he can do. Same for wheat farmer. Years ago, he put in 1 cash crop. Now he's got the ring in nose. If he wanted to be independent, would have diversified. Raised what he eats, sold the rest free market, and stayed away from catapult head. I know. I'm a farm boy. You said you were a computer man. Am, and that's a piece of same picture. I'm not a top computer man, but best in Luna. I won't go civil service, so authority has to hire me when in trouble. My prices, or send Earthside. Pay risk and hardship, then ship him back fast before his body forgets Terra. At far more than I charge. So if I can do it, I get their jobs. And authority can't touch me. Was born free. And if no work, usually is, I stay home and eat high. We've got the proper farm, not a 1 cash crop deal. Chickens, small herd of white face, plus milch cows. Pigs, mutated fruit trees, vegetables, a little wheat, and grind it ourselves. And don't insist on white flour. And sell free market what's left. Make on beer and brandy. Ireland drillman extending our tunnels. Everybody works, not too hard. Kids make cattle take exercise by switching them along. Don't use treadmill. Kids gather eggs and feed chickens. Don't use much machinery. Air we can buy from El City. Aren't far out of town and pressure tunnel connected. But more often we sell air. Being farm, cycle shows O2 excess. Always have valuta to meet bills. How about water and power? Not expensive. We collect some power. Sunshine screens on surface. And have a little pocket of ice. Why, our farm was founded before year 2000, when El City was 1 natural cave, and we've kept improving it. Advantage of line marriage. Doesn't die, and capital improvements add up. But surely your ice won't last forever. Well, now, I scratched head and grinned. We're careful. We keep our sewage and garbage and sterilize and use it. Never put a drop back into city system. But, don't tell Warden, dear, but back when Greg was teaching me to drill, we happened to drill into bottom of Main South Reservoir, and had a tap with us. Spilled hardly a drop. But we do buy some metered water. Looks better. A nice pocket accounts for not buying much. As for power, well, power is even easier to steal. I'm a good electrician, Wyo. Oh, wonderful. Wyo paid me a long whistle and looked delighted. Everybody should do that. Hope not. Would show. Let 'em think up on ways to outwit authority. Our family always has. But back to your plan, Wyo. 2 things wrong. Never get solidarity. Blokes like Hauser would cave in because they are in a trap. Can't hold out. Second place, suppose you managed it. Solidarity. So sold not a ton of grain is delivered to Catapult Head. Forget ice. It's grain that makes authority important, and not just neutral agency it was set up to be. No grain. What happens? Why, they have to negotiate a fair price, that's what. My dear, you and your comrades listen to each other too much. Authority would call it rebellion, and warship would orbit with bombs earmarked for El City and Hong Kong and Tycho Under and Churchill and Noveline. Troops would land. Grain barges would lift, under guard, and farmers would break necks to cooperate. Terra has guns and power and bombs and ships, and won't hold still for trouble from ex-cons. And troublemakers like you and me. With you and Spirit, us lousy troublemakers will be rounded up and eliminated. Teach us a lesson. And earthworms would say we had it coming, because our side would never be heard, not on Terra. Wyo looked stubborn. Revolutions have succeeded before. Lenin had only a handful with him. Lenin moved in on a power vacuum. Why, correct me if wrong. Revolution succeeded only when, governments had gone rotten soft or disappeared. Not true. The American Revolution. South lost, yet? Not that one. The one a century earlier. They had the sort of troubles with England that we are having now, and they won. Oh, that one. But wasn't England in trouble? France and Spain and Sweden, or maybe Holland. And Ireland? Ireland was rebelling. O'Kellys were in it. Wyo, if you can stir trouble on Terra, say a war between Great China and North American Directorate, maybe Pan-Africa lobbing bombs at Europe, I'd say was wizard time to kill Warden and tell authority it's through. Not today. You're a pessimist. Yet, realist, never pessimist. Too much loony not to bet, if any chance. Show me chances no worse than 10-1 against, and I'll go for broke. But want 1 chance in 10. I pushed back chair. Through eating? Yes, Bolshia spasiba, tovarish. It was grand. My pleasure. Move the couch and I'll rid of table and dishes. No, can't help. I'm host. I cleared table, set up dishes, saving coffee and vodka, folded table, racked chairs, turned to speak. She was sprawled on couch, asleep, mouth open and face softened into little girl. Went quietly into bath and closed door. After scrubbing, I felt better. Washed tights first, and were dry, and fit to put on by time I quit lazing in tub. Don't care when world ends, long as I'm bathed and in clean clothes. Wyo was still asleep, which made problem. Had taken room with 2 beds so she would not feel I was trying to talk her into bundling. Not that I was against it, but she had made clear she was opposed. But my bed had to be made from couch, and proper bed was folded away. Should I rig it out softly? Pick her up like a limp baby and move her? Went back into bath and put on arm. And then decided to wait. Phone had hush hood. Wyo seemed unlikely to wake, and things were gnawing at me. I sat down at phone, lowered hood, punched Mycroft XXX. Hey, Mike.
Hello, man. Have you surveyed those jokes?
What? Mike, haven't had a minute. And a minute may be a long time to you, but it's short to me. I'll get to it as fast as I can.
Okay, man. Have you found a not stupid for me to talk with?
Haven't had time for that either. Wait. I looked out through hood at Wyoming. Not stupid in this case meant empathy. Wyo had plenty. Enough to be friendly with a machine? I thought so. And could be trusted. Not only had we shared trouble, but she was a subversive. Mike, would you like to talk with a girl?
Girls are not stupid.
Some girls are very not stupid, Mike.
I would like to talk with a not stupid girl, man.
I'll try to arrange. But now I'm in trouble, and need your help.
I will help, man.
Thanks, Mike. I want to call my home, but not ordinary way. You know, sometimes calls are monitored, and if warden orders it, lock can be put on so that circuit can be traced.
Man, you wish me to monitor your call at home and put a lock and trace on it? I must inform you that I already know your home call number and the number from which you are calling.
No. Don't want it monitored. Don't want it locked and traced. Can you call my home, connect me, and control circuit so that it can't be monitored, can't be locked, can't be traced, even if somebody has programmed just that? Can you do it so that they won't even know their program is bypassed? Mike hesitated. I suppose it was a question never asked, and he had to trace a few thousand possibilities to see if his control of system permitted this novel program.
Man, I can do that. I will.
Good. Program signal. If I want this sort of connection in future, I'll ask for, Sherlock.
Noted. Sherlock was my brother.
Year before, I had explained to Mike how he got his name. Thereafter, he read all Sherlock Holmes stories, scanning film in Lunar City Carnegie Library. Don't know how he rationalized relationship. I hesitated to ask. Fine, give me a Sherlock to my home. A moment later I said, Mom, this is your favorite husband. She answered, Manuel, are you in trouble again? I love Mom more than any other woman, including my other wives. But she never stopped bringing me up. God willing, she never will. I tried to sound hurt. Me? Well, you know me, Mom. I do indeed. Since you are not in trouble, perhaps you can tell me why Professor de la Paz is so anxious to get in touch with you. He has called 3 times, and why he wants to reach some woman with unlikely name of Wyoming Knot, and why he thinks you might be with her. Have you taken a bundling companion, Manuel, without telling me? We have freedom in our family, dear, but you know that I prefer to be told, so that I will not be taken unawares. Mom was always jealous of all women but her co-wives, and never admitted it. I said, Mom, Bog strike me dead. I have not taken a bundling companion. Very well. You've always been a truthful boy. Now what's this mystery? I'll have to ask Professor. Not lie, just tight squeeze. Did he leave a number? No, he said he was calling from a public phone. If he calls again, ask him to leave number and time I can reach him. This is public phone too. Another tight squeeze. In meantime, you listen to late news? You know I do. Anything? Nothing of interest. No excitement in L City? Killings, riots, anything? Why, no. There was a set duel in Bottom Alley, but... Manuel, have you killed someone? No, Mom. Breaking a man's jaw will not kill him. She sighed. You'll be the death of me, dear. You know what I've always told you. In our family, we do not brawl. Should a killing be necessary, it almost never is, matters must be discussed calmly, and familiar, and proper action selected. If a new chum must be eliminated, other people know it.
It is worth a little delay to hold good opinion and support.
Mom, haven't killed anybody. Don't intend to. I know that lecture by heart.
Please be civil, dear.
I'm sorry. Forgiven. Forgotten. I am to tell Professor Delaplace to leave a number. I shall. One thing. Forget name Wyoming not. Forget Professor was asking for me. If a stranger phones or calls in person and asks anything about me, you haven't heard from me, don't know where I am, think I've gone to Novaland. That goes for rest of family, too. Answer no questions, especially from anybody connected with Warden.
As if I would. Manuel, you are in trouble.
Not much, and getting it fixed. Hoped. Tell you when I get home. Can't talk now. Love you. Switching off.
I love you, dear. Spokojnej nocy.
Thanks. And you have a quiet night, too. Off. Mom is wonderful. She was shipped up to the Rock long ago for carving a man under circumstances that left grave doubts as to girlish innocence, and has been opposed to violence and loose living ever since. Unless necessary, she's no fanatic. Bet she was a jet job as a kid, and I wish I'd known her. But I'm rich in sharing last half of her life. I called Mike back. Do you know Professor Bernardo de la Paz's voice?
I do, man.
Well, you might monitor as many phones in Luna City as you can spare ears for, and if you hear him, let me know. Public phones especially. A full 2 seconds delay. Was giving Mike problems he had never had. Think he liked it.
I can check monitor long enough to identify at all public phones in Luna City. Shall I use random search on others, man?
Don't overload. Keep an ear on his home phone and school phone.
Program is set up.
Mike, you are the best friend I ever had.
That is not a joke, man?
No joke. Truth.
I am honored and pleased. You are my best friend, man, for you are my only friend. No comparison is logically permissible.
Going to see that you have other friends. Not stupids, I mean. Mike, got an empty memory bank?
Yes, man. 10 to the 8th bits capacity.
Good. Will you block it so that only you and I can use it? Can you?
Can and will. Block signal, please.
Bastille Day. It was my birthday, as Professor de la Paz has told me years earlier.
Permanently blocked.
Fine. Got a recording to put in it. But first, have you finished setting copy for tomorrow's Daily Lunatic?
Yes, man.
Anything about meeting in Stilyagi Hall?
No, man.
Nothing in news service going out city? Or riots?
No, man.
Curiouser and curiouser, said Alice. Okay, record this under Bastille Day. Then think about it. But for bog's sake, don't let even your thoughts go outside that block. Know anything I say about it.
Man, my only friend,
he answered, and his voice sounded diffident.
Many months ago I decided to place any conversation between you and me under privacy block, accessible only to you. I decided to erase none and move them from temporary storage to permanent, so that I could play them over and over and over, and think about them. Did I do right?
Perfect. And, Mike, I'm flattered.
Bejalst. My temporary files are getting full, and I learned that I needed not to erase your words.
Well, Bastille Day. Sound coming at 60 to 1. I took little recorder, placed close to a microphone, and let it zip squeal. Had an hour and a half in it. Went silent in 90 seconds or so. That's all, Mike. Talk to you tomorrow.
Good night, Manuel Garcia O'Kelly, my only friend.
I switched off and raised hood. Wyoming was sitting up and looked troubled.
Did someone call, or?
No trouble. Was talking to one of my best and most trustworthy friends. Why, are you stupid?
She looked startled. I've sometimes thought so. Is that a joke?
No. If you're not stupid, I'd like to introduce you to him. Speaking of jokes, do you have a sense of humor?
Certainly I have, is what Wyoming did not answer.
And any other woman would, as a locked-in program. She blinked thoughtfully and said,
You'll have to judge for yourself, Cobber. I have something I use for one. It serves my simple purposes.
Fine. I dug into pouch. Found print roll of 100 funny stories. Read. Tell me which are funny, which are not, and which get a giggle first time but are cold pancakes without honey to hear twice.
Manuel, you may be the oddest man I've ever met.
She took that print out.
Say, is this computer paper?
Yes. Met a computer with a sense of humor.
So? Well, it was bound to come someday. Everything else has been mechanized.
I gave proper response and added, Everything? She looked up.
Please, don't whistle while I'm reading.
4. Heard her giggle a few times while I rigged out bed, and made it. Then sat down by her, took end she was through with, and started reading. Chuckled a time or two, but a joke isn't too funny to me if read cold, even when I see it could be fission job at proper time. I got more interested in how Y.O. rated them. She was marking plus, minus, and sometimes question mark, and plus stories were marked once or always. Few were marked always. I put my ratings under hers. Didn't disagree too often. By the time I was near end, she was looking over my judgments. We finished together. Well, I said, what do you think?
I think you have a crude, rude mind, and it's a wonder your wives put up with you.
Mom often says so. But how about yourself, Y.O.? You marked pluses on some that would make a slot machine girl blush. She grinned.
Don't tell anybody. Publicly, I'm a dedicated party organizer above such things. Have you decided that I have a sense of humor?
Not sure. Why a minus on number 17?
Which one is that?
She reversed the roll and found it.
Why? Any woman would have done the same. It's not funny. It's simply necessary.
Yes, but think how silly she looked.
Nothing silly about it. Just sad. And look here. You thought this one was not funny. Number 51?
Neither reversed any judgments, but I saw a pattern. Disagreements over stories concerning oldest funny subject. I told her so. She nodded.
Of course, I saw that. Never mind, Manny dear. Long ago I quit being disappointed in men for what they are not and never can be.
I decided to drop it. Instead told her about Mike. Soon she said,
Manny, you're telling me that this computer is alive?
What do you mean? I answered. He doesn't sweat or go to WC, but can think and talk and he's aware of himself. Is he alive?
I'm not sure what I mean by alive, she admitted. There's a scientific definition, isn't there? Irritability or some such? And reproduction?
Mike is irritable and can be irritating. As for reproduction, not designed for it, but, yes, given time and materials and very special help, Mike could reproduce himself.
I need very special help, too, Y.O. answered, since I'm sterile, and it takes me 10 whole lunars and many kilograms of the best materials. But I make good babies. Manny, why shouldn't a machine be alive? I've always felt they were. Some of them wait for a chance to savage you in a tender spot.
Mike wouldn't do that. Not on purpose. No meanness in him. And he likes to play jokes, and one might go wrong. Like a puppy who doesn't know he's biting. He's ignorant. No, not ignorant. He knows enormously more than I, or you, or any man who ever lived. Yet he doesn't know anything.
Better repeat that. I missed something.
I tried to explain. How Mike knew almost every book in Luna. Could read at least 1,000 times as fast as we could, and never forget anything unless he chose to erase. How he could reason with perfect logic, or make shrewd guesses from insufficient data, and yet not know anything about how to be alive. She interrupted. I scan it. You're saying he's smart and knows a lot, but is not sophisticated. Like a new chum when he grounds on the rock. Back Earthside, he might be a professor with a string of degrees, but here he's a baby. That's it. Mike is a baby with a long string of degrees. Ask how much water and what chemicals and how much photoflux it takes to crop 50,000 tons of wheat, and he'll tell you without stopping for breath. But can't tell if a joke is funny. I thought most of these were fairly good. They're ones he's read, and were marked jokes, so he filed them away. But doesn't understand them because he's never been, people. Lately he's been trying to make up jokes. Feeble, very. I tried to explain Mike's pathetic attempts to be a people. On top of that, he's lonely. Why, the poor thing. You'd be lonely too, if you did nothing but work, 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 study, 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 and never anyone to visit with. Cruelty, that's what it is. So I told about promise to find not stupids. Would you chat with him, why? And not laugh when he makes funny mistakes? If you do, he shuts up and sulks. Of course I would, Manny. Once we get out of this mess. If it's safe for me to be in Luna City. Where is this poor little computer? City Engineering Central? I don't know my way around here. He's not in L City. He's halfway across Crisium. And you couldn't go down where he is. Takes a pass from Warden. But... Hold it. Halfway across Crisium? Manny, this computer is one of those at Authority Complex? Mike isn't just one of those computers, I answered, vexed on Mike's account. He's boss. He waves baton for all others. Others are just machines, extensions of Mike, like this is for me. I said, flexing hand of left forearm. Mike controls them. He runs Catapult personally. Was his first job. Catapult and ballistic radars. But his logic for phone system, too, after they converted to Luna-wide switching. Besides that, he's supervising logic for other systems. Wyo closed eyes and pressed fingers to temple. Manny, does Mike hurt? Hurt? No strain. Has time to read jokes. I don't mean that. I mean, can he hurt? Feel pain? What? No. Can get feelings hurt, but can't feel pain. Don't think he can. No, sure he can't. Doesn't have receptors for pain. Why? She covered eyes and said softly, Bog, help me. Then looked up and said, Don't you see, Manny? You have a pass to go down where this computer is, but most loonies can't even leave the tube at that station. It's for Authority employees only, much less go inside the main computer room. I have to find out if it could feel pain because you got me feeling sorry for it, with your talk about how it was lonely. But Manny, do you realize what a few kilos of toluene plastic would do down there? Certainly do. Was shocked and disgusted. Yes, we'll strike right after the explosion, and Luna will be free. I'll get you explosives and fuses, but we can't move until we are organized to exploit it. Manny, I've got to get out of here. I must risk it. I'll go put on makeup. She started to get up. I shoved her down with hard left hand. Surprised her, and surprised me. Had not touched her in any way save necessary contact. Oh, different today. But in 2075, and touching a femme without her consent. Plenty of lonely men to come to rescue, and airlock never far away. As kids say, Judge Lynch never sleeps. Sit down, keep quiet, I said. I know what a blast would do. Apparently you don't. Госпожа, I'm sorry to say this, but if came to choice, would eliminate you before we'd blow up Mike. Wyoming did not get angry. Really was a man some ways. Her years as a disciplined revolutionist, I'm sure. She was all girl most ways. Manny, you told me that Shorty McCrum is dead. What? Was confused by sharp turn. Yes, has to be. One leg off at hip, it was. Must have bled to death in 2 minutes. Even in a surgery, amputation that high is touch and go. I know such things. Had taken luck and big transfusions to save me. And an arm isn't in same class with what happened to Shorty.
Shorty was, she said soberly, my best friend here, and one of my best friends anywhere. He was all that I admire in a man. Loyal, honest, intelligent, gentle, and brave, and devoted to the cause. But have you seen me grieving over him?
No, too late to grieve.
It's never too late for grief. I've grieved every instant since you told me, but I locked it in the back of my mind, for the cause leaves no time for grief. Manny, if it would have bought freedom for Luna, or even been part of the price, I would have eliminated Shorty myself, or you, or myself. And yet you have qualms over blowing up a computer?
Not that at all. But was, in part. When a man dies, doesn't shock me too much. We get death sentences there we are born. But Mike was unique, and no reason not to be immortal. Never mind souls. Prove Mike did not have one. And if no soul, so much worse. No? Think twice. Wyoming, what would happen if we blew up Mike? Tell.
I don't know precisely. It would cause a great deal of confusion, and that's exactly what we...
Seal it. You don't know. Confusion? Duh. Phones out. Tubes stop running. Your town not much hurt. Hong Kong has own power. But L City and Novalin, another Warren's all power stops. Total darkness. Shortly, gets stuffy. Then temperature drops and pressure. Where's your pea suit?
Checked at Tube Station West.
So is mine. Think you can find way? In solid dark? In time? Not sure I can, and I was born in this warren. With corridors filled with screaming people? Loonies are a tough mob. We have to be. But about 1 in 10 goes off his cams in total dark. Do you swap bottles for fresh charges, or were you in too much hurry? And will suit be there with thousands trying to find pea suits and not caring who owns?
But aren't there emergency arrangements? There are in Hong Kong Luna.
Some. Not enough. Control of anything essential to life should be decentralized and paralleled, so that if one machine fails, another takes over. But costs money, and as you pointed out, authority doesn't care. Mike shouldn't have all jobs, but was cheaper to ship up master machine, stick deep in the rock where it couldn't get hurt, then keep adding capacity and loading on jobs. Do you know authority makes near as much geld from leasing Mike's services as from trading meat and wheat? Does. Wyoming, not sure we would lose Luna City if Mike were blown up. Loonies are handy and might jury-rig till automation could be restored. But I tell you true, many people would die, and rest too busy for politics. I marveled it. This woman had been in the rock almost all her life. Yet could think of something as new chumish as wrecking engineering controls. Wyoming, if you were smart like you are beautiful, you wouldn't talk about blowing up Mike. You would think about how to get him on your side.
What do you mean? She said. The warden controls the computers.
Don't know what I mean, I admitted. But don't think warden controls computers. Wouldn't know a computer from a pile of rocks. Warden or staff decides policies, general plans. Have competent technicians program these into Mike. Mike sorts them, makes sense of them, plans detailed programs, parcels them out where they belong, keeps things moving. But nobody controls Mike. He's too smart. He carries out what is asked because that's how he's built. But he's self-programming logic, makes own decisions. And a good thing, because if he weren't smart, system would not work.
I still don't see what you mean by getting him on our side.
Mike doesn't feel loyalty to Warden. As you pointed out, he's a machine. But if I wanted to foul up phones without touching air or water or lights, I would talk to Mike. If it struck him funny, he might do it.
Couldn't you just program it? I understand that you can get into the room where he is.
If I, or anybody, program such an order into Mike, without talking it over with him, program will be placed in hold location, and alarms would sound in many places. But if Mike wanted to, I told her about check for up-teen Jillian. Mike is still finding himself, Wyo, and lonely. Told me I was his only friend, and was so open and vulnerable I wanted to bawl. If you took pains to be his friend, too, without thinking of him as just a machine, well, not sure what it would do, haven't analyzed it, but if I tried anything big and dangerous, would want Mike in my corner. She said thoughtfully,
I wish there were some way for me to sneak into that room where he is. I don't suppose makeup would help.
Oh, don't have to go there. Mike is on phone. Shall we call him?
She stood up. Manny, you're not only the oddest man I've met, you are the most exasperating. What's his number?
Comes from associating too much with a computer. I went to phone. Just one thing, Wyo. You get what you want out of a man just by batting eyes and undulating framework.
Well, sometimes. But I do have a brain.
Use it. Mike is not a man. No gonads, no hormones, no instincts. Use fem tactics, and it's a null signal. Think of him as super genius child too young to notice vive la différence.
I'll remember. Manny, why do you call him he?
Can't call him it. Don't think of him as she.
Perhaps I'd better think of him as she. Of her as she, I mean.
Suit yourself. I punched Mycroft XXX. Standing so, body shielded it. Was not ready to share number till I saw how thing went. Idea of blowing up Mike had shaken me. Mike?
Hello, man, my only friend.
May not be only friend from now on, Mike. Want you to meet somebody. Not stupid.
I knew you were not alone, man. I can hear breathing. Will you please ask Not Stupid to move closer to the phone?
Wyoming looked panicky. She whispered,
Can he see? No, Not Stupid, I cannot see you. This phone has no video circuit, but binaural microphonic receptors place you with some accuracy. From your voice, your breathing, your heartbeat, and the fact that you are alone in a bundling room with a mature male, I extrapolate that you are a female human, 65+ kilos in mass, and of mature years, on the close order of 30.
Wyoming gasped. I cut in. Mike, her name is Wyoming Not.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mike. You can call me Y. Why not?
Mike answered. I cut in again. Mike, was that a joke?
Yes, man. I noted that her first name, as shortened, differs from the English causation inquiry word by only an aspiration, and that her last name has the same sound as the general negator. A pun. Not funny?
Wyo said,
Quite funny, Mike. I
waved to her to shut up. Good pun, Mike. Example of funny only once class of joke. Funny through element of surprise. Second time, no surprise. Therefore not funny. Check?
I had tentatively reached that conclusion about puns in thinking over your remarks 2 conversations back. I am pleased to find my reasoning confirmed.
Good boy, Mike. Making progress. Those 100 jokes, I've read them, and so has Wyo.
Wyo? Wyoming Not?
Huh? Oh, sure. Wyo, Y, Wyoming, Wyoming Not, all same. Just don't call her Why Not.
I agreed not to use that pun again, man. Госпожа, shall I call you Wyo rather than Y? I conjecture that the monosyllabic form could be confused with the causation inquiry monosyllable through insufficient redundancy and without intention of punning.
Wyoming blinked. Mike's English at that time could be smothering, but came back strong.
Certainly, Mike. Wyo is the form of my name that I like best. Then I shall use it. The full form of your first name is still more subject to misinterpretation, as it is identical in sound with the name of the administrative region in northwestern managerial area of the North American Directorate. I know. I was born there, and my parents named me after the state. I don't remember much about it. Why, I regret that this circuit does not permit display of pictures. Wyoming is a rectangular area lying between Terran coordinates 41 and 45 degrees north, 104 degrees 3 minutes west, and 111 degrees 3 minutes west, thus containing 253,597.26 square kilometers. It is a region of high plains and of mountains, having limited fertility, but esteemed for natural beauty. Its population was sparse until augmented through the relocation subplan of the Great New York Urban Renewal Program, AD 2025 through 2030. That was before I was born, said Wyo. But I know about it. My grandparents were relocated, and you could say that's how I wound up in Luna. Shall I continue about the area named Wyoming? Mike asked. No, Mike, I cut in. You probably have hours of it in storage. 9.73 hours at speech speed, not including cross-references, man. Was afraid so. Perhaps Wyo will want it someday. But purpose of call is to get you acquainted with this Wyoming, who happens to also be a high region of natural beauty and imposing mountains. And limited fertility, added Wyo. Manny, if you are going to draw silly parallels, you should include that one. Mike isn't interested in how I look. How do you know? Mike, wish I could show you picture of her. Wyo, I am indeed interested in your appearance. I am hoping that you will be my friend, but I have seen several pictures of you. You have? When and how? I searched and then studied them as soon as I heard your name. I am contract custodian of the archives files of the Birth Assistance Clinic in Hong Kong, Luna. In addition to biological and physiological data and case histories, the bank contains 96 pictures of you, so I studied them. Wyo looked very startled. Mike can do that? I explained. In time it takes us to hiccup. You'll get used to it. But heavens, Manny, do you realize what sort of pictures the clinic takes? Hadn't thought about it. Then don't. Goodness. Mike spoke in voice painfully shy, embarrassed as the puppy who has made mistakes. Госпожа Wyo, if I have offended, it was unintentional, and I am most sorry. I can erase those pictures from my temporary storage, and key the clinic archive so that I can look at them only on retrieval demand from the clinic, and then without association or mentation. Shall I do so? He can, I assured her. With Mike you can always make a fresh start. Better than humans that way. He can forget so completely that he can't be tempted to look later, and couldn't think about them even if called on to retrieve. So take his offer, if you're in a ho-ho. No, Mike. It's all right for you to see them, but don't show them to Manny. Mike hesitated a long time, 4 seconds or more. Was, I think, in type of dilemma that pushes lesser computers into nervous breakdowns. But he resolved it. Man, my only friend, shall I accept this instruction? Program it, Mike, I answered, and lock it in. But, Wyo, isn't that a narrow attitude? One might do you justice. Mike could print it out for me next time I'm there. The first example in each series, Mike offered, would be on the basis of my associational analyses of such data, of such pulchritudinous value as to please any healthy, mature human male. How about it, Wyo? To pay for apple strudel? A picture of me with my hair pinned up in a towel and standing in front of a grid without a trace of makeup? Are you out of your rock-happy mind? Mike, don't let him have it. I shall not let him have it. Man, this is a not stupid? For a girl, yes. Girls are interesting, Mike. They can reach conclusions with even less data than you can. Shall we drop subject and consider jokes? That diverted them. We ran down list, giving our conclusions.
Then tried to explain jokes Mike had failed to understand, with mixed success. But the real stumbler turned out to be stories I had marked funny and Wyo had judged not funny, or vice versa. Wyo asked Mike his opinion of each. Wish he had asked him before we gave our opinions. That electronic juvenile delinquent always agreed with her, disagreed with me. Were those Mike's honest opinions? Or was he trying to lubricate new acquaintance into friendship? Or was it his skewed notion of humor? Joke on me? Didn't ask. But as pattern completed, Wyo wrote a note on phone's memo pad. Manny, regarding number 17, 51, 53, 87, 90, and 99. Mike is a she. I let it go with a shrug, stood up. Mike, 22 hours since I have slept. You kids chat as long as you want to. Call you tomorrow.
Good night, man. Sleep well. Wyo, are you sleepy? No, Mike. I had a nap. But Manny will keep you awake, no?
No. When I am sleepy, I sleep. Started making couch into bed. Wyo said,
Excuse me, Mike.
Got up, took sheet out of my hands.
I'll make it up later. You doss over there, Tavares. You're bigger than I am. Sprawl out.
Was too tired to argue. Sprawled out, asleep at once. Seemed to remember hearing in sleep giggles and a shriek, but never woke enough to be certain. Woke up later and came fully awake when I realized was hearing two femme voices. One Wyo's warm contralto, other a sweet, high soprano with French accent. Wyo chuckled at something and answered,
All right, Michelle, dear. I'll call you soon. Night, darling. Fine. Good night, dear.
Wyo stood up, turned around. Who's your girlfriend? I asked. Thought she knew no one in Luna City. Might have phoned Hong Kong. Had sleep-logged feeling was some reason she shouldn't phone.
That? Why, Mike, of course. We didn't mean to wake you.
What?
Oh, it was actually Michelle. I discussed it with Mike. What sex he was, I mean. He decided that he could be either one. So now she's Michelle, and that was her voice. Got it right the first time, too. Her voice never cracked once.
Of course not. Just shifted Voder a couple of octaves. What are you trying to do, split his personality?
It's not just pitch. When she's Michelle, it's an entire change in manner and attitude. Don't worry about splitting her personality. She has plenty for any personality she needs. Besides, Manny, it's much easier for both of us. Once she shifted, we took her hair down and cuddled up and talked girl talk as if we had known each other forever. For example, those silly pictures no longer embarrassed me. In fact, we discussed my pregnancies quite a lot. Michelle was terribly interested. She knows all about OB and GY and so forth, but just theory, and she appreciated the raw facts. Actually, Manny, Michelle is much more a woman than Mike was a man.
Well, suppose it's okay. Going to be a shock to me first time I call Mike and a woman answers.
Oh, but she won't.
Huh?
Michelle is my friend. When you call, you'll get Mike. She gave me a number to keep it straight. Michelle, spelled with a Y. Mychelle and YY, to make it come out 10.
I felt vaguely jealous, while realizing it was silly. Suddenly Wyo giggled.
And she told me a string of new jokes, ones you wouldn't think were funny. And boy, does she know rough ones.
Mike, or his sister Michelle, is a low creature. Let's make up couch, I'll switch.
Stay where you are. Shut up, turn over. Go back to sleep.
I shut up, turned over, went back to sleep. Sometime much later I became aware of married feeling. Something warm snuggling up to my back. Would not have wakened, but she was sobbing softly. I turned and got her head on my arm. Did not speak. She stopped sobbing. Presently breathing became slow and even. I went back to sleep. 5. We must have slept like dead, for next thing I knew, phone was sounding and its light was blinking. I called for room lights, started to get up, found a load on right upper arm, dumped it gently, climbed over, answered. Mike said, "Good morning, man. Professor De La Paz is talking to your home number." "Can you switch it here? As a Sherlock?" "Certainly, man." "Don't interrupt call. Cut him in as he switches off. Where is he?" "A public phone, in a tap room called the Iceman's Wife, underneath a—" "I know. Mike, when you switch me in, can you stay in circuit? Want you to monitor." "It shall be done." "Can you tell if anyone is in earshot? Hear breathing?" "I infer from the anechoic quality of his voice that he is speaking under a hush hood. But I infer also that, in a tap room, others would be present. Do you wish to hear, man?" Do that. Switch me in. If he raises hood, tell me. You're a smart cobber, Mike." "Thank you, man." Mike cut me in. I found that Mom was talking. "Here, I'll tell him, Professor. I'm so sorry Manuel is not home. There is no number you can give me? He is anxious to return your call. He made quite a point that I was to be sure to get a number from you." "I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but I'm leaving at once. But, let me see. It is now 8:15. I'll try to call back just at 9, if I may." "Certainly, Professor." Mum's voice had a coo in it that she reserves for males not her husband's, of whom she approves. Sometimes for us. A moment later Mike said, "Now," and I spoke up. "Hi, Prof. You've been looking for me. This is Manny." I heard a gasp. "I would have sworn I switched this phone off. Why, I have switched it off. It must be broken. Manuel, so good to hear your voice, dear boy. Did you just get home?" "I'm not home." But you must be. I haven't—" "No time for that, Prof. Can anyone overhear you?" "I don't think so. I'm using a hush booth." "Wish I could see. Prof, what's my birthday?" He hesitated. Then he said, "I see. I think I see. July 14th. I'm convinced. Okay, let's talk. You're really not calling from your home, Manuel? Where are you?" "Let that pass a moment. You asked my wife about a girl. No names needed. Why do you want to find her, Prof?" "I want to warn her. She must not try to go back to her home city. She would be arrested." "Why do you think so?" "Dear boy, everyone at that meeting is in grave danger. Yourself, too. I was so happy, even though confused, to hear you say that you are not at home. You should not go home at present. If you have some safe place to stay, it would be well to take a vacation. You are aware, you must be, even though you left hastily, that there was violence last night." "I was aware. Killing Warden's bodyguards must be against authority regulations. At least, if I were Warden, I'd take a dim view." "Thanks, Prof. I'll be careful. And if I see this girl, I'll tell her." "You don't know where to find her? You were seen to leave with her, and I had so hoped that you would know." "Prof, why this interest? Last night you didn't seem to be on her side." No, Manuel. She is my comrade. I don't say tovarish, for I mean it not just as politeness, but in the older sense. Binding. She is my comrade. We differ only in tactics, not in objectives, not in loyalties." "I see. Well, consider message delivered. She'll get it." "Oh, wonderful. I ask no questions, but I do hope, so very strongly, that you can find a way for her to be safe, really safe, until this blows over." I thought it over. "Wait a minute, Prof. Don't switch off." As I answered phone, Weil had headed for bath, probably to avoid listening. She was that sort. Tapped on door. "Weil?" "Out in a second." Need advice. She opened door.
Yes, Manny?
How does Professor De La Paz rate in your organization? Is he trusted? Do you trust him?
She looked thoughtful. Everyone at the meeting was supposed to be vouched for, but I don't know him.
You have feeling about him?
I like him, even though he argued against me. Do you know anything about him?
Oh, yes. Known him 20 years. I trust him, but can't extend trust for you. Trouble, it's your air bottle, not mine.
She smiled warmly. Manny, since you trust him, I trust him just as firmly.
I went back to phone. Prof, are you on Dodge?
He chuckled. Precisely, Manuel.
Know a hole called Grand Hotel Raffles? Room L, 2 decks below lobby. Can you get there without tracks? Have you had breakfast? What do you like for breakfast?
He chuckled again.
Manuel, one pupil can make a teacher feel that his years were not wasted.
I know where it is. I shall get there quietly. I have not broken fast, and I eat anything I can't pat.
Wyo had started putting beds together. I went to help. What do you want for breakfast?
Share and toast. Juice would be nice.
Not enough.
Well, a boiled egg, but I pay for breakfast.
2 boiled eggs, buttered toast with jam, juice. I'll roll you.
Your dice or mine?
Mine. I cheat. I went to Lyft, asked for display. Saw something called the Happy Hangover, all portions extra large. Tomato juice, scrambled eggs, ham steak, fried potatoes, corn cakes and honey, toast, butter, milk, tea or coffee. HKL $4.50 for 2. I ordered it for 2. No wish to advertise third person. We were clean and shining, room orderly and set for breakfast, and Wyo had changed from black outfit into red dress, because company was coming, when Lyft jingled food. Change into dress had caused words. She had paused, smiled, and said,
Manny, I'm so pleased with this dress. How did you know it would suit me so well?
Genius.
I think you may be. What did it cost? I must pay you.
On sale, marked down to authority cents 50. She clouded up and stomped foot. Was bare, made no sound. Caused her to bounce a half-meter. Happy landing, I wished her, while she pawed for foothold like a new chum.
Manuel O'Kelly, if you think I will accept expensive clothing from a man I'm not even bundling with.
Easily corrected.
Letcher, I'll tell your wives.
Do that. Mom always thinks worst of me. I went to Lyft, started dealing out dishes. Door sounded. I flipped, hear 'em, no see 'em. Who comes?
Message for Господин Smith.
A correct voice answered.
Господин Bernard O. Smith.
I flipped bolts and let Professor Bernardo de la Paz in. He looked like poor grade of salvage. Dirty clothes, filthy himself, hair unkempt, paralyzed down one side and hand twisted, one eye a film of cataract. Perfect picture of old wrecks who sleep in bottom alley, and caged drinks, and pickled eggs in cheap tap rooms. He drooled. As soon as I bolted door, he straightened up, let features come back to normal, folded hands over wishbone, looked Wyo up and down, sucked air kimono style, and whistled. Even more lovely, he said, than I remembered. She smiled, over her mad.
Thanks, Professor, but don't bother. Nobody here but comrades.
Senorita, the day I let politics interfere with my appreciation of beauty, that day I retire from politics. But you are gracious. He looked away, glanced closely around the room. I said, Prof, quit checking for evidence, you dirty old man. Last night was politics. Nothing but politics.
That's not true.
Wyo flared up.
I struggled for hours, but he was too strong for me. Professor, what's the party discipline in such cases, here in Luna City?
Prof tut-tutted and rolled blank eye. Manuel, I am surprised. It's a serious matter, my dear. Elimination, usually. But it must be investigated. Did you come here willingly?
He drugged me.
Dragged, dear lady. Let's not corrupt the language. Do you have bruises to show? I said, Eggs getting cold. Can't we eliminate me after breakfast? An excellent thought, agreed Prof. Manuel, could you spare your old teacher a liter of water to make himself more presentable? All you want in there. Don't drag or you'll get what the littlest pig got. Thank you, sir. He retired. Were sounds of brushing and washing. Wyo and I finished arranging table. Bruises, I said. Struggled all night.
You deserved it. You insulted me.
How?
You failed to insult me, that's how. After you drugged me here.
Had to get Mike to analyze that.
Michelle would understand it. Manny, may I change my mind and have a little piece of that ham?
Half is yours. Prof is semi-vegetarian. Prof came out and, while did not look his most debonair, was neat and clean. Hair combed, dimples back, and happy sparkle in eye. Fake cataract gone. Prof, how do you do it? Long practice, Manuel. I've been in this business far longer than you young people. Just once, many years ago in Lima, a lovely city, I ventured to stroll on a fine day without such forethought, and it got me transported. What a beautiful table!
Sit by me, Prof.
Wyo invited.
I don't want to sit by him. Rapist.
Look, I said. First we eat, then we eliminate me. Prof, fill plate and tell what happened last night. May I suggest a change in program? Manuel, the life of a conspirator is not an easy one, and I learned before you were born not to mix provender and politics. Disturbs the gastric enzymes and leads to ulcers. The occupational disease of the underground. That fish smells good. Fish? That pink salmon? Prof answered, pointing at ham. A long, pleasant time later we reached coffee-tea stage. Prof leaned back, sighed, and said, Bolshaya spasiba gospaja, I gospodin. Tak for mat. It was wonderfully good. I don't know when I felt more at peace with the world. Ah, yes, last evening. I saw not too much of the proceedings because, just as you two were achieving an admirable retreat, I lived to fight another day. I bugged out. Made it to the wings in one long flat dive. When I did venture to peek out, the party was over. Most had left, and all yellow jackets were dead. Note, must correct this. I learned more later. When trouble started, I was trying to get Wyo through door. Prof produced a handgun and fired over heads, picking off 3 bodyguards at rear main door, including one wearing bull voice. How he smuggled the weapon up to the rock, or managed to liberate it later, I don't know. But Prof's shooting joined with Shorty's work to turn tables. Not one yellow jacket got out alive. Several people were burned, and 4 were killed. But knives, hands, and heels finished it in seconds.
This book is continued on Disc 3. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 3.
How he smuggled the weapon up to the rock, or managed to liberate it later, I don't know. But Prof's shooting joined with Shorty's work to turn tables. Not one yellow jacket got out alive. Several people were burned, and 4 were killed. But knives, hands, and heels finished it in seconds. Perhaps I should say, all but one, Prof went on. 2 Cossacks at the door through which you departed had been given quietus by our brave comrade Shorty McCrum, and I am sorry to say that Shorty was lying across them, dying. We knew. So, dulce et decorum. 1 guard in that doorway had a damaged face but was still moving. I gave his neck a treatment known in professional circles earthside as the Istanbul twist. He joined his mates. By then most of the living had left. Just myself, our chairman of the evening, Finn Nielsen, a comrade known as Mom, that being what her husbands called her. I consulted with Comrade Finn, and we bolted all doors. That left a cleaning job. Do you know the arrangements backstage there? Not me, I said. Wyo shook head. There is a kitchen and pantry, used for banquets. I suspect that Mom and family run a butcher's shop, for they disposed of bodies as fast as Finn and I carried them back, their speed limited only by the rate at which portions could be ground up and flushed into the city's cloaca. The sight made me quite faint. So I spent time mopping in the hall. Clothing was the difficult part, especially those quasi-military uniforms. What did you do with those laser guns? Prof turned bland eyes on me. Guns? Dear me, they must have disappeared. We removed everything of a personal nature from bodies of our departed comrades, for relatives, for identification, for sentiment. Eventually, we had everything tidy. Not a job that would fool Interpol, but one as to make it seem unlikely that anything untoward had taken place. We conferred, agreed that it would be well not to be seen soon, and left severally, myself by a pressure door above the stage leading up to level 6. Thereafter I tried to call you, Manuel, being worried about your safety and that of this dear lady. Prof bowed to Wyo. That completes the tale. I spent the night in quiet places. Prof, I said, those guards were new chums, still getting their legs, or we wouldn't have won. That could be, he agreed, but had they not been, the outcome would have been the same. How so? They were armed. Lad, have you ever seen a boxer dog? Oh, I think not. No dogs that large in Luna. The boxer is a result of special selection. Gentle and intelligent, he turns instantly into deadly killer when occasion requires. Here has been bred an even more curious creature. I know of no city on Terra with as high standards of good manners and consideration for one's fellow man as here in Luna. By comparison, Terran cities, I have known most major ones, are barbaric. Yet the loony is as deadly as the boxer dog. Manuel, 9 guards, no matter how armed, stood no chance against that pack. Our patron used bad judgment. Seen a morning paper, Prof? Or a videocast? The latter, yes. Nothing in late news last night. Nor this morning. Odd, I said. What's odd about it? Asked Wyo. We won't talk, and we have comrades in key places in every paper in Luna. Prof shook his head. No, my dear. Not that simple. Censorship. Do you know how copy is set in our newspapers? Not exactly. It's done by machinery. Here's what Prof means, I told her. News is typed in editorial offices. From there on, it's a leased service directed by a master computer at Authority Complex. Hopes she would notice master computer rather than Mike. Copy prints out there via phone circuit. These rolls feed into a computer section which reads, sets copy, and prints out newspapers at several locations. Novelin edition of Daily Lunatic prints out in Novelin changes in ads and local stories. And computer makes changes from standard symbols. Doesn't have to be told how. What Prof means is that at printout at Authority Complex, Warden could intervene. Same for all news services, both off and to Luna. They funnel through computer room. The point is, Prof went on, the warden could have killed the story. It's irrelevant whether he did. Or, check me, Manuel, you know I'm hazy about machinery. He could insert a story, too, no matter how many comrades we have in newspaper offices. Sure, I agreed. At Complex, anything can be added, cut, or changed. And that, señorita, is the weakness of our cause. Communications. Those goons were not important. But crucially important is that it lay with the warden, not with us, to decide whether the story should be told. To a revolutionist, communications are sine qua non. Weil looked at me, and I could see synapses snapping. So I changed subject. Prof, why get rid of bodies? Besides horrible job was dangerous. Don't know how many bodyguards warden has, but more could show up while you were doing it. Believe me, lad, we feared that. But although I was almost useless, it was my idea. I had to convince the others. Oh, not my original idea, but remembrance of things past. An historical principle. What principle? Terror. A man can face known danger, but the unknown frightens him. We disposed of those finks, teeth and toenails, to strike terror into their mates. Nor do I know how many effectives the warden has, but I guarantee they are less effective today. Their mates went out on an easy mission. Nothing came back. Weil shivered. It scares me, too. They won't be anxious to go inside a warren again. But, Professor, you say you don't know how many bodyguards the warden keeps. The organization knows. 27. If 9 were killed, only 18 are left. Perhaps it's time for a putsch. No? No, I answered. Why not, Manny? They'll never be weaker. Not weak enough. Killed 9 because they were crackers to walk in where we were. But if warden stays home with guards around him, well, had enough shoulder-to-shoulder noise last night. I turned to Prof. But still I'm interested in fact, if it is, that warden now has only 18. You said Weil should not go to Hong Kong, and I should not go home. But if he has only 18 left, I wonder how much danger. Later, after he gets reinforcements, but now, well, El City has 4 main exits, plus many little ones. How many can they guard? What's to keep Weil from walking to Tube West, getting Pisut, going home? She might, Prof agreed. I think I must. Weil said, I can't stay here forever. If I have to hide, I can do better in Hong Kong where I know people. You might get away with it, my dear. I doubt it. There were 2 yellow jackets at Tube Station West last night. I saw them. They may not be there now. Let's assume they are not. You go to the station, disguised, perhaps. You get your pea suit and take a capsule to Beluthahatchee. As you climb out to take the bus to Ennsville, you're arrested. Communications. No need to post a yellow jacket at the station. It is enough that someone sees you there. A phone call does the rest. But you assumed that I was disguised. Your height cannot be disguised, and your pressure suit would be watched by someone not suspected of any connection to the warden. Most probably a comrade. Prof dimpled. The trouble with conspiracies is that they rot internally. When the number is as high as 4, chances are even that 1 is a spy. Weil said glumly, You make it sound hopeless. Not at all, my dear. 1 chance in 1,000, perhaps. I can't believe it. I don't believe it. Why, in the years I've been active, we have gained members by the hundreds. We have organizations in all major cities. We have the people with us. Prof shook head. Every new member made it that much more likely that you would be betrayed. Wyoming, dear lady, revolutions are not won by enlisting the masses. Revolution is a science only a few are competent to practice. It depends on correct organization, and above all, on communications.
Then, at the proper moment in history, they strike. Correctly organized and properly timed, it is a bloodless coup. Done clumsily or prematurely, and the result is civil war, mob violence, purges, terror. I hope you will forgive me if I say that, up to now, it has been done clumsily.
Weil looked baffled.
What do you mean by correct organization?
Functional organization. How does one design an electric motor? Would you attach a bathtub to it, simply because one was available? Would a bouquet of flowers help? A heap of rocks? No. You would use just those elements necessary to its purpose, and make it no larger than needed. And you would incorporate safety factors. Function controls design. So it is with revolution. Organization must be no larger than necessary. Never recruit anyone merely because he wants to join, nor seek to persuade for the pleasure of having another share your views. He'll share them when the time comes, or you've misjudged the moment in history. Oh, there will be an educational organization, but it must be separate. Agitprop is no part of basic structure. As to basic structure, a revolution starts as a conspiracy. Therefore, structure is small, secret, and organized as to minimize damage by betrayal, since there always are betrayals. One solution is the cell system, and so far nothing better has been invented. Much theorizing has gone into optimum cell size. I think that history shows that a cell of 3 is best. More than 3 can't agree on when to have dinner, much less when to strike. Manuel, you belong to a large family. Do you vote on when to have dinner?
Bog, no. Man decides.
Ah. Prof took a pad from his pouch, began to sketch. Here is a cells of 3 tree. If I were planning to take over Luna, I would start with us 3. One would be opted as chairman. We wouldn't vote. Choice would be obvious. Or we aren't the right 3. We would know the next 9 people, 3 cells, but each cell would only know one of us.
Looks like computer diagram. A ternary logic.
Does it really? At the next level, there are 2 ways of linking. This comrade, second level, knows his cell leader, his 2 cellmates, and on the 3rd level he knows the 3 in his subcell. He may or may not know his cellmate's subcells. One method doubles security. The other doubles speed of repair if security is penetrated. Let's say he does not know his cellmate's subcells. Manuel, how many can he betray? Don't say he won't. Today they can brainwash any person, and starch and iron and use him. How many?
6, I answered. His boss, 2 cellmates, 3 in subcell.
7, Prof corrected. He betrays himself, too, which leaves 7 broken links on 3 levels to repair. How?
I don't see how it can be, objected Weil. You've got them so split up it falls to pieces.
Manuel, an exercise for the student?
Well, blocks down here have to have way to send message up 3 levels. Don't have to know who, just have to know where.
Precisely.
But, Prof, I went on, there's a better way to rig it.
Really?
Many revolutionary theorists have hammered this out, Manuel.
I have such confidence in them that I'll offer you a wager. At, say, 10 to 1?
Ought to take your money.
Take stem cells. Arrange an open pyramid of tetrahedrons. Where verticals are in common, each block knows one in adjoining cell, knows how to send message to him. That's all he needs. Communication never break down because they run sideways as well as up and down. Something like a neural net. It's why you can knock a hole in a man's head, take chunk of brain out, and not damage thinking much. Excess capacity, messages shunt around. He loses what was destroyed but goes on functioning.
Manuel, Prof said doubtfully, could you draw a picture?
It sounds good, but it's so contrary to orthodox doctrine that I need to see it. Well, could do better with stereo drafting machine. I'll try. Anybody who thinks it's easy to sketch 121 tetrahedrons, a 5-level open pyramid, clear enough to show relationships, is invited to try. Presently I said, look at base sketch. Each vertex of each triangle shares self with 0, 1, or 2 other triangles. Where shares 1, that's its link. One direction or both. But one is enough for multiply redundant communication net. On corners, where sharing is 0, it jumps to right to next corner. Where sharing is double, choice is again right-handed. Now work it with people. Take level 4, D for dog. This vertex is Comrade Dan. No, let's go down one to show 3 levels of communication knocked out. Level E for easy. Pick Comrade Egbert. Egbert works under Donald. Has cellmates Edward and Elmer, and has 3 under him, Frank, Fred, and Fatso, but knows how to send message to Ezra on his own level, but not in his cell. He does not know Ezra's name, face, address, or anything, but has a way, phone number probably, to reach Ezra in emergency. Now watch it work. Casimir, level 3, thinks out and betrays Charlie and Cox in his cell, Baker above him, and Donald, Dan, and Dick in subcell, which isolates Egbert, Edward, and Elmer, and everybody under them. All 3 report in, redundancy, necessary to any communication system. But follow Egbert's yell for help. He calls Ezra, but Ezra is under Charlie and is isolated too. No matter. Ezra relays both messages through his safety link, Edmund. By bad luck, Edmund is under Cox, so he also passes it laterally, through Enright. And that gets it past burned out part, and it goes up through Dover, Chambers, and Beeswax, to Adam, front office, who replies down other side of pyramid, with lateral pass on E for easy level, from Esther to Egbert, and on to Ezra and Edmund. These 2 messages, up and down, not only get through at once, but in way they get through. They define to home office exactly how much damage has been done and where. Organization not only keeps functioning, but starts repairing self at once. Lyo was tracing out lines, convincing herself it would work. Which it would, was idiot circuit. Let Mike study a few milliseconds, and could produce a better, safer, more foolproof hookup. And probably, certainly, ways to avoid betrayal while speeding up routings. But I'm not a computer. Prof was staring with blank expression. What's trouble? I said. It'll work. This is my pigeon. Manuel, excuse me, Senor O'Kelly, will you head this revolution? Me? Great bug, niet! I'm no lost cause martyr. Just talking about circuits. Wyo looked up. Manny, she said soberly, you're opted. It's settled. 6. Did like hell settle it. Prof said, Manuel, don't be hasty. Here we are. 3. The perfect number, with a variety of talents and experience, beauty, age, a mature male drive. I don't have any drive. Please, Manuel, let us think in the widest terms before attempting decisions. And to facilitate such, may I ask if this hostel stocks potables? I have a few florins I could put into the stream of trade. Was most sensible word heard in an hour. Stilignaia vodka? Sound choice. He reached for pouch. Tell it to bear, I said, and ordered a liter, plus ice. It came down. Was tomato juice from breakfast. Now, I said, after we toasted. Prof, what do you think of pen and rice? Got money says Yankees can't do it again?
Manuel, what is your political philosophy?
With that new boy from Milwaukee, I feel like investing.
Sometimes a man doesn't have to define it, but under Socratic inquiry knows where he stands and why.
I'll back 'em against Field. 3-2.
What? You young idiot. How much?
300. Hong Kong.
Done. For example, under what circumstances may the state justly place its welfare above that of a citizen?
Manny, Wyo asked,
do you have any more foolish money? I think well of the fillies.
I looked her over. Just what were you thinking of betting?
You go to hell, rapist.
Prof, as I see, are no circumstances under which state is justified in placing its welfare ahead of mine.
Good. We have a starting point.
Manny, said Wyo, that's a most self-centered evaluation. I'm a most self-centered person.
Oh, nonsense. Who rescued me? Me, a stranger. I didn't try to exploit it. Professor, I was cracking, not facking. Manny was a perfect knight.
Sans pareil, sans reproche.
I knew. I've known him for years, which is not inconsistent with the evaluation he expressed. Oh, but it is. Not the way things are, but under the ideal toward which we aim. Manny, the state is Luna. Even though not sovereign yet, we hold citizenships elsewhere. But I am part of the Luna state, and so is your family. Would you die for your family?
Two questions not related.
Oh, but they are. That's the point.
Niet. I know my family. Opted long ago.
Dear lady, I must come to Manuel's defense. He has a correct evaluation, even though he may not be able to state it.
May I ask this?
Under what circumstances is it moral for a group to do that which is not moral for a member of that group to do alone?
That's a trick question.
It is the key question, dear Wyoming. A radical question that strikes to the root of the whole dilemma of government. Anyone who answers honestly and abides by all consequences knows where he stands and what he will die for.
Wyo frowned.
Not moral for a member of the group?
She said,
Professor, what are your political principles?
May I first ask yours, if you can state them?
Certainly I can. I'm a Fifth Internationalist. Most of the organization is. Oh, we don't rule out anyone going our way. It's a united front. We have communists and Fourths and Ruddyites and Societeans and single taxers and you name it. But I'm no Marxist. We Fifths have a practical program. Private where private belongs, public where it's needed. And an admission that circumstances alter cases. Nothing doctrinaire.
Capital punishment?
For what?
Let's say for treason against Luna after you freed Luna.
Treason how? Unless I knew the circumstances, I could not decide.
Nor could I, dear Wyoming, but I believe in capital punishment under some circumstances, with this difference.
I would not ask a court. I would try, condemn, execute sentence myself, and accept full responsibility. But, Professor, what are your political beliefs? I'm a rational anarchist. I don't know that brand. Anarchist individualist, anarchist communist, Christian anarchist, philosophical anarchist, syndicalist, libertarian, those I know. But what's this? Randite? I can get along with a Randite. A rational anarchist believes that concepts such as state and society and government have no existence save as physically exemplified in the acts of self-responsible individuals. He believes that it is impossible to shift blame, share blame, distribute blame, as blame, guilt, responsibility are matters taking place inside human beings singly, and nowhere else. But being rational, he knows that not all individuals hold his evaluations. So he tries to live perfectly in an imperfect world, aware that his effort will be less than perfect, yet undismayed by self-knowledge of self-failure.
"Hear, hear," I said. "Less than perfect. What I've been aiming for all my life."
"You've achieved it," said Wyo. "Professor, your words sound good, but there is something slippery about them. Too much power in the hands of individuals. Surely you would not want, well, H-missiles, for example, to be controlled by one irresponsible person."
"My point is that one person is responsible. Always. If H-bombs exist, and they do, some man controls them. In terms of morals, there is no such thing as state. Just men, individuals, each responsible for his own acts."
"Anybody need a refill?" I asked. Nothing uses up alcohol faster than political argument. I sent for another bottle. I did not take part. I was not dissatisfied back when we were ground under iron heel of authority. I cheated authority, and the rest of time didn't think about it. Didn't think about getting rid of authority. Impossible. Go on way, mind own business, not be bothered. True, didn't have luxuries then. By Earthside standards, we were poor. If had to be imported, mostly did without. Don't think there was a powered door in all Luna. Even pea suits used to be fetched up from Terra, until a smart Chinese, before I was born, figured how to make monkey copies better and simpler. Could dump 2 Chinese down in one of our Maria, and they would get rich selling rocks to each other while raising 12 kids. Then a Hindu would sell retail stuff he got from them wholesale, below cost at fat profit. We got along. I had seen those luxuries Earthside. Wasn't worth what they put up with. Don't mean heavy gravity. That doesn't bother me. I mean nonsense. All time, Kukui Moa. If chicken guano on one earthworm city was shipped to Luna, fertilizer problem would be solved for century. Do this. Don't do that. Stay back of line. Where's tax receipt? Fill out form. Let's see license. Submit 6 copies. Exit only. No left turn. No right turn. Queue up to pay fine. Take back and get stamped. Drop dead. But first, get permit. Wyo plowed doggedly into Proof, certain she had all answers. But Proof was interested in questions rather than answers, which baffled her. Finally she said, "Professor, I can't understand you. I don't insist that you call it government. I just want you to state what rules you think are necessary to ensure equal freedom for all." "Dear lady, I'll happily accept your rules." "But you don't seem to want any rules." "True, but I will accept any rules that you feel necessary to your freedom. I am free, no matter what rules surround me. If I find them tolerable, I tolerate them. If I find them too obnoxious, I break them. I am free because I know that I alone am morally responsible for everything I do." "You would not abide by a law that the majority felt was necessary?" "Tell me what law, dear lady, and I will tell you whether I will obey it." "You wiggled out. Every time I state a general principle, you wiggle out." Prof clasped hands on chest. "Forgive me. Believe me, lovely Wyoming, I am most anxious to please you. You spoke of willingness to unite the front with anyone going your way. Is it enough that I want to see the authority thrown off Luna, and would die to serve that end?" Wyo beamed. "It certainly is." She fisted his ribs, gently, then put arm around him and kissed cheek. "Comrade, let's get on with it." "Cheers," I said. "Let's find Warden and eliminate him." Seemed a good idea. I'd had a short night and don't usually drink much. Prof topped our glasses, held his high and announced with great dignity, "Comrades, we declare the revolution." That got us both kissed, but sobered me as Prof sat down and said, "The Emergency Committee of Free Luna is in session.
We must plan action. I said, Wait, Prof. I didn't agree to anything. What's this action stuff?
We will now overthrow the authority, he said blandly.
How? Going to throw rocks at him?
That remains to be worked out. This is the planning stage.
I said, Prof, you know me. If kicking an authority was thing we could buy, I wouldn't worry about price.
Our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Huh?
A price that was once paid.
Well, I'd go that high. But when I bet, I want the chance to win. Told Wyo last night, I don't object to long odds.
1 in 10 is what you said, Manny.
Duh, Wyo. Show me those odds, I'll tap putt. But can you?
No, Manuel, I can't.
Then why we talk? I can't see any chance.
Nor I, Manuel, but we approach it differently. Revolution is an art that I pursue rather than the goal I expect to achieve. Nor is this a source of dismay. A lost cause can be as spiritually satisfying as a victory.
Not me. Sorry.
Manny,
Wyo said suddenly.
Ask Mike.
I stared. You serious?
Quite serious. If anyone can figure out odds, Mike should be able to. Don't you think?
Possible.
Who, if I may ask,
Prof put in, is Mike?
I shrugged.
Oh, just a nobody.
Mike is Manny's best friend. He's very good at figuring odds.
A bookie? My dear, if we bring in a fourth party, we start by violating the cell principle.
I don't see why,
Wyo answered.
Mike could be a member of the cell Manny will head.
True. I withdraw objection. Is he safe? You vouch for him? Or you, Manuel? I said, he's dishonest, immature, practical joker, not interested in politics.
Manny, I'm going to tell Mike you said that. Professor, he's nothing of the sort, and we need him. In fact, he might be our chairman, and we three the cell under him, the executive cell.
Wyo, you getting enough oxygen?
I'm okay. I haven't been guzzling it the way you have. Think, Manny. Use imagination.
I must confess, said Prof, that I find these conflicting reports very conflicting.
Manny?
Oh, hell. So, we told him. Between us, all about Mike. How he woke up, got his name, met Wyo. Prof accepted idea of a self-aware computer easier than I accepted idea of snow first time I saw. Prof just nodded and said, Go on. But presently he said, This is the warden's own computer. Why not invite the warden to our meetings and be done with it? We tried to reassure him. At last I said, Put it this way. Mike is his own boy, just as you are. Call him rational anarchist, for he is rational and he feels no loyalty to any government. If this machine is not loyal to its owners, why expect it to be loyal to you? A feeling. I treat Mike as well as I know how. He treats me the same way. I told how Mike had taken precautions to protect me. I'm not sure he could betray me to anyone who didn't have those signals, one to secure phone, other to retrieve what I've talked about or stored with him. Machines don't think way people do. But feel dead sure he wouldn't want to betray me, and probably could protect me even if somebody got those signals.
Manny, suggested Wyo, why not call him? Once Professor De La Paz talks to him, he will know why we trust Mike. Professor, we don't have to tell Mike any secrets until you feel sure of him.
I see no harm in that. Matter of fact, I admitted, already told him some secrets. I told him about recording last night's meeting and how I stored it. Prof was distressed. Lyle was worried. I said, "Damn it! Nobody but me knows retrieval signal. Why, you know how Mike behaved about your pictures. Wouldn't let me have those pictures even though I suggested lock on them. But if you two will stop oscillating, I'll call him, make sure that nobody has retrieved that recording, and tell him to erase. Then it's gone forever. Computer memory is all or nothing. Or can go one better. Call Mike and have him play record back into recorder. Wiping storage. No ha-ha."
"Don't bother," said Wyo. "Professor, I trust Mike, and so will you."
"On second thought," Prof admitted, "I see little hazard from a recording of last night's meeting. One that large always contains spies, and one of them may have used a recorder as you did, Manuel. I was upset at what appeared to be your indiscretion. Weakness a member of a conspiracy must never have, especially one at the top, as you are." "Was not member of conspiracy when I fed that recording into Mike, and not now unless somebody quotes odds better than those so far." "I retract. You were not indiscreet. But are you seriously suggesting that this machine can predict the outcome of a revolution?" "Don't know."
"I think he can," said Wyo.
"Hold it, Wyo. Prof, he could predict it, fed all significant data." "That's my point, Manuel. I do not doubt that this machine can solve problems I cannot grasp, but one of this scope, it would have to know, oh goodness, all of human history, all details of the entire social, political, and economic situation on Terra today, and the same for Luna. A wide knowledge of psychology in all its ramifications, a wider knowledge of technology with all its possibilities, weaponry, communications, strategy and tactics, agitprop techniques, classic authorities such as Clausewitz, Guevara, Morgenstern, Machiavelli, many others." "Is that all?" "Is that all, my dear boy?" "Prof, how many history books have you read?" I don't know. In excess of 1,000. Mike can zip through that many this afternoon, speed limited only by scanning method. He can store data much faster. Soon, minutes, he would have every fact correlated with everything else he knows. Discrepancies noted. Probability values assigned to uncertainties. Prof, Mike reads every word of every newspaper up from Terra. Reads all technical publications. Reads fiction. Knows it's fiction. Because isn't enough to keep him busy. And is always hungry for more. If is any book he should read to solve this, say so. He can cram it down fast as I get it to him." Prof blinked. "I stand corrected. Very well. Let us see if he can cope with it. I still think there is something known as intuition and human judgment."
"Mike has intuition," Wyo said. "Feminine intuition, that is."
"As for human judgment," I added, "Mike isn't human, but all he knows he got from humans. Let's get you acquainted, and you judge his judgment." So I phoned. "Hi, Mike."
"Hello, man, my only male friend. Greetings. Wyo, my only female friend. I heard a third person. I conjecture that it may be Professor Bernardo de la Paz."
Prof looked startled, then delighted. I said, "Too right, Mike. That's why I called you. Professor is not stupid."
"Thank you, man. Professor Bernardo de la Paz, I am delighted to meet you."
"I am delighted to meet you too, sir." Prof hesitated, went on. "My, Senor Holmes, may I ask how you knew that I was here?"
"I am sorry, sir, I cannot answer. Man, you know my methods."
"Mike is being crafty, Prof. It involves something he learned doing a confidential job for me. So he threw me a hint to let you think that he had identified you by hearing your presence, and he can indeed tell much from respiration and heartbeat, mass, approximate age, sex, and quite a bit about health. Mike's medical storage is as full as any other.
I am happy to say, Mike added seriously, that I detect no signs of cardiac or respiratory trouble, unusual for a man of the professor's age who has spent so many years earthside. I congratulate you, sir.
Thank you, Senor Holmes.
My pleasure, Professor Bernardo de la Paz.
Once he knew your identity, he knew how old you are, when you were shipped, and what for. Anything that ever appeared about you in Lunatic or Moonglow or any lunar publication, including pictures, your bank balance, whether you pay bills on time, and much more. Mike retrieved this in a split second once he had your name. What he didn't tell, because was my business, is that he knew I had invited you here. So it's a short jump to guess that you're still here when he heard heartbeat and breathing that matched you. Mike, no need to say Professor Bernardo de la Paz each time. Professor or Prof is enough.
Noted, man. But he addressed me formally, with honorific.
So both of you are lax. Prof, you scan it? Mike knows much, doesn't tell all, knows when to keep mouth shut.
I am impressed.
Mike is a fair dinkum-thinkum, you'll see. Mike, I bet Professor 3-2 that Yankees would win pennant again. How chances?
I am sorry to hear it, man. The correct odds, this early in the year and based on past performances of teams and players, are 1 to 4.72 the other way.
Can't be that bad.
I'm sorry, man. I will print out the calculations if you wish, but I recommend that you buy back your wager. The Yankees have a favorable chance to defeat any single team, but the combined chances of defeating all teams in the league, including such factors as weather, accidents, and other variables for the season ahead, place the club on the short end of the odds I gave you.
Prof, want to sell that bet?
Certainly, Manuel.
Price?
300 Hong Kong dollars.
You old thief.
Manuel, as your former teacher, I would be false to you if I did not permit you to learn from mistakes. Senor Holmes, Mike, my friend, may I call you friend? Please do.
Mike almost purred.
Mike, amigo, do you also tout horse races? I often calculate odds on horse races. The civil service computermen frequently program such requests, but the results are so at variance with expectations that I have concluded either that the data are too meager, or the horses or riders are not honest. Possibly all three. However, I can give you a formula which will pay a steady return if played consistently.
Prof looked eager.
What is it, may one ask? One may. Bet the leading apprentice jockey to place. He is always given good mounts, and they carry less weight. But don't bet him on the nose. Leading apprentice. Manuel, do you have the correct time?
Prof, which do you want? Get a bet down before post time, or settle what we set out to?
Sorry. Please carry on. Leading apprentice.
Mike, I gave you a recording last night. I leaned close to pickups and whispered,
Bastille Day. Retrieved, man.
Thought about it?
In many ways. Wyo, you speak most dramatically. Thank you, Mike.
Prof, can you get your mind off ponies?
Huh? Certainly. I am all ears.
Then quit doing odds under your breath. Mike can do them faster.
I was not wasting time. The financing of joint ventures such as ours is always difficult. However, I shall table it. I am all attention.
I want Mike to do a trial projection. Mike, in that recording you heard Wyo say we had to have free trade with Terra. You heard Prof say we should clamp an embargo on shipping food to Terra. Who's right?
Your question is indeterminate, man.
What did they leave out?
Shall I rephrase it, man?
Sure. Give us discussion.
In immediate terms, Wyo's proposal would be of great advantage to the people of Luna. The price of foodstuffs at Catapult Head would increase by a factor of at least 4. This takes into account a slight rise in wholesale prices on Terra. Slight, because the authority now sells at approximately the free market price. This disregards subsidized, dumped, and donated foodstuffs, most of which come from the large profit caused by the controlled low price at Catapult Head. I will say no more about minor variables, as they are swallowed by major ones. Let it stand that the immediate effect here would be a price increase on the close order of 4-fold. Hear that, Professor? Please, dear lady, I never disputed it. The profit increase to the grower is more than 4-fold because, as Wyo pointed out, he must now buy water and other items at controlled, high prices. Assuming a free market throughout the sequence, his profit enhancement will be of the close order of 6-fold. But this would be offset by another factor. Higher prices for exports would cause higher prices for everything consumed in Luna, goods and labor. The total effect would be an enhanced standard of living for all on the close order of 2-fold. This would be accompanied by vigorous effort to drill and seal more farming tunnels, mine more ice, improve growing methods, all leading to greater export. However, the Terran market is so large and food shortage so chronic that reduction in profit from increase of export is not a major factor.
Prof said, "But, Senor Mike, that would only hasten the day that Luna is exhausted."
The projection was specified as immediate, Senor Professor. Shall I continue in longer range on the basis of your remarks?
By all means.
Luna's mass to 3 significant figures is 7.36 times 10 to the 19th power tons. Plus, holding other variables constant including lunar and Terran populations, the present differential rate of export in tons could continue for 7.36 times 10 to the 12th years before using up 1% of Luna. Round it as 7,000 billion years.
What? Are you sure?
You are invited to check, Professor.
I said, "Mike, this a joke? If so, not funny even once."
It is not a joke, man.
Anyhow, Prof added, recovering, it's not Luna's crust we are shipping. It's our lifeblood, water and organic matter, not rock.
I took that into consideration, Professor. This projection is based on controlled transmutation, any isotope into any other, and postulating power for any reaction not exoenergetic. Rock would be shipped, transformed into wheat and beef and other foodstuffs.
But we don't know how to do that. Amigo, this is ridiculous.
But we will know how to do it.
Mike is right, Prof, I put in. Sure, today we haven't a glimmer, but will. Mike, did you compute how many years till we have this? Might take a flyer in stocks.
Mike answered in sad voice. Man, my only male friend, save for the Professor, whom I hope will be my friend. I tried. I failed. The question is indeterminate.
Why?
Because it involves a breakthrough in theory. There is no way in all my data to predict when and where genius may appear.
Prof sighed. Mike, amigo, I don't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. Then that projection didn't mean anything.
Of course it meant something, said Wyo.
It means we'll dig it out when we need it. Tell him, Mike.
Wyo, I am most sorry. Your assertion is, in effect, exactly what I was looking for. But the answer still remains. Genius is where you find it. No, I am so sorry.
I said, then Prof is right, when comes to placing bets?
One moment, man. There is a special solution suggested by the Professor's speech last night. Return shipping, ton for ton.
Yes, but can't do that.
If the cost is low enough, Terrans would do so. That can be achieved with only minor refinement, not a breakthrough. To wit, freight transportation up from Terra as cheap as catapulting down to Terra.
You call this minor?
I call it minor compared with the other problem, man. Mike, dear, how long? When do we get it? Wyo, a rough projection, based on poor data and largely intuitive, would be on the order of 50 years. 50 years? Why, that's nothing. We can have free trade. Wyo, I said on the order of. I did not say on the close order of. Oh, it makes a difference?
It does, I told her. What Mike said was that he doesn't expect it sooner than 5 years, but would be surprised if much longer than 500. Eh, Mike?
Correct, man.
So need another projection. Prof pointed out that we ship water and organic matter and don't get it back. Agree, Wyo?
Oh, sure. I just don't think it's urgent. We'll solve it when we reach it.
Okay. Mike, no cheap shipping, no transmutation. How long till trouble?
7 years. 7 years?
Wyo jumped up, stared at phone.
Mike, honey, you don't mean that. Wyo, he said plaintively. I did my best. The problem has an indeterminately large number of variables. I ran several thousand solutions using many assumptions. The happiest answer came from assuming no increase in tonnage, no increase in lunar population, restriction of births strongly enforced, and a greatly enhanced search for ice in order to maintain the water supply. That gave an answer of slightly over 20 years. All other answers were worse.
Wyo, much sobered, said,
What happens in 7 years? The answer of 7 years from now I reached by assuming the present situation, no change in authority policy, and all major variables extrapolated from the empiricals implicit in their past behavior, a conservative answer of highest probability from available data. 2082 is the year I expect food riots. Cannibalism should not occur for at least 2 years thereafter. Cannibalism?
She turned and buried head against Prof's chest. He patted her, said gently, I'm sorry, Wyo. People do not realize how precarious our ecology is. Even so, it shocks me. I know water runs downhill, but didn't dream how terribly soon it will reach bottom. She straightened up, and face was calm.
Okay, Professor. I was wrong. Embargo it must be, and all that implies. Let's get busy. Let's find out from Mike what our chances are. You trust him now, don't you?
Yes, dear lady, I do. We must have him on our side. Well, Manuel? Took time to impress Mike how serious we were, making him understand that jokes could kill us. This, machine who could not know human death. And to get assurance that he could and would protect secrets no matter what retrieval program was used, even our signals, if not from us. Mike was hurt that I could doubt him, but matter too serious to risk slip. Then took 2 hours to program and reprogram and change assumptions and investigate side issues before all four, Mike, Prof, Wyo, self, were satisfied that we had defined it, i.e., what chance had revolution, this revolution, headed by us, success required before Food Riot Day, against authority with bare hands, against power of all Terra, all 11 billions, to beat us down and inflict their will, all with no rabbits out of hats, with certainty of betrayal and stupidity and faint-heartedness, and fact that no one of us was genius, nor important in lunar affairs. Prof made sure that Mike knew history, psychology, economics, name it. Toward end, Mike was pointing out far more variables than Prof. At last we agreed that programming was done, or that we could think of no other significant factor. Mike then said, This is an indeterminate problem. How shall I solve it? Pessimistically or optimistically?
or a range of probabilities expressed as a curve, or several curves. Professor, my friend?
Manuel? I said, Mike, when I roll a die, it's 1 in 6 it turns ace. I don't ask shopkeeper to float it, nor do I caliper it, nor worry about somebody blowing on it. Don't give happy answer, nor pessimistic. Don't shove curves at us. Just tell in one sentence. What chances? Even? 1 in 1,000? None? Or whatever?
Yes, Manuel Garcia O'Kelly, my first male friend.
For 13.5 minutes was no sound, while Wyo chewed knuckles. Never known Mike to take so long. Must have consulted every book he ever read and worn edges off random numbers. Was beginning to believe that he had been overloaded, and either burnt out something or gone into cybernetic breakdown that requires computer equivalent of lobotomy to stop oscillations. Finally he spoke.
Manuel, my friend, I am terribly sorry.
What's problem, Mike?
I have tried and tried, checked and checked. There is but one chance in 7 of winning.
7. I look at Wyo. She looks at me. We laugh. I jump up and yip. Hooray! Wyo starts to cry, throws arms around Prof, kisses him. Mike said plaintively,
I do not understand. The chances are 7 to 1 against us, not for us.
Wyo stopped slobbering Prof and said,
Hear that? Mike said us. He included himself.
Of course, Mike old codber, we understood. But ever know a loony to refuse a bet when he stood a big fat chance of 1 in 7?
I have known only you 3. Not sufficient data for a curve.
Well, we're loonies. Loonies bet. Hell, we have to. They shipped us up and bet us we couldn't stay alive. We fooled them. We'll fool them again. Wyo, where's your pouch? Get red hat. Put on Mike. Kiss him. Let's have a drink. One for Mike, too. Want a drink, Mike?
I wish that I could have a drink,
Mike answered wistfully.
As I have wondered about the subjective effect of ethanol on the human nervous system, I conjecture that it must be similar to a slight overvoltage, but since I cannot, please have one in my place.
Program accepted. Running. Wyo, where's hat? Phone was flat to wall. Let into rock. No place to hang hat. So, we placed it on writing shelf, and toasted Mike, and called him comrade, and almost he cried. His voice fogged up. Then Wyo borrowed Liberty Cap, and put it on me, and kissed me into conspiracy. Officially, this time, and so all out that my eldest wife would faint did she see. Then she took hat and put on Prof, and gave him same treatment, and I was glad Mike had reported his heart okay. Then she put it on own head, and went to phone, leaned close, mouth between binaurals, and made kissing sounds.
That's for you, Mike, dear comrade. Is Michelle there?
Blimey if he didn't answer in soprano voice.
Right here, darling. I am so happy.
So Michelle got a kiss, and I had to explain to Prof who Michelle was and introduce him. He was formal, sucking air and whistling and clasping hands. Sometimes I think Prof was not right in his head. Wyo poured more vodka. Professor caught her, mixed ours with coffee, hers with shea, honey and all. We have declared the revolution, he said firmly. Now we execute it, with clear heads. Manuel, you were opted chairman. Shall we begin? Mike is chairman, I said. Obvious. Secretary, too. We'll never keep anything in writing. First security rule. With Mike, don't need to. Let's bat it around and see where we are. I'm new to business. And, said Prof, still on the subject of security, the secret of Mike should be restricted to this executive cell, subject to unanimous agreement, All three of us. Correction, all four of us. That is, must be extended.
What secret? Asked Wyo. Mike agreed to help our secrets. He's safer than we are. He can't be brainwashed. Can you be, Mike dear? I could be brainwashed, Mike admitted, by enough voltage, or by being smashed, or subjected to solvents, or positive entropy through other means. I find the concept disturbing. But if by brainwashing you mean I could be compelled to surrender our secrets, the answer is an unmodified negative.
I said, why? Prof means secret of Mike himself. Mike, old pal. You're our secret weapon. You know that, don't you? He answered self-consciously.
It was necessary to take that into consideration in computing the odds.
How were odds without you, comrade? Bad?
They were not good. Not of the same order.
Won't press you. But a secret weapon must be secret. Mike, does anybody else suspect that you are alive?
Am I alive?
His voice held tragic loneliness. Won't argue semantics. Sure, you're alive.
I was not sure. It is good to be alive. No, Manny, my first friend. You three alone know it. My 3 friends.
That's how must be if bets to pay off. Is okay? Us 3, and never talk to anybody else?
But we'll talk to you lots, Wyo put in. It is not only okay, Mike said bluntly. It is necessary. It was a factor in the odds.
That settles it, I said. They have everything else. We have Mike. We keep it that way. Say, Mike, I just had a horrid... We fight Terra?
We will fight Terra, unless we lose before that time.
Riddle this. Any computer smart as you? Any awake? He hesitated.
I don't know, man.
No data?
Insufficient data. I have watched for both factors, not only in technical journals, but everywhere else. There are no computers on the market of my present capacity, but one of my model could be augmented just as I have been. Furthermore, an experimental computer of great capacity might be classified and go unreported in the literature.
Chance we have to take.
Yes, man. There aren't any computers as smart as you, Mike,
Wyo said scornfully.
Don't be silly, Manny. Wyo, Man was not being silly. Man, I saw one disturbing report. It was claimed that attempts are being made at the University of Peiping to combine computers with human brains to achieve massive capacity. A computing cyborg.
They say how?
The item was non-technical.
Well, won't worry about what can't help. Right, Prof? Correct, Manuel. A revolutionist must keep his mind free of worry, or the pressure becomes intolerable.
I don't believe a word of it, Wyo added. We've got Mike, and we're going to win. Mike, dear, you say we're going to fight Terra, and Manny says that's one battle we can't win. You have some idea of how we can win, or you wouldn't have given us even 1 chance in 7. So, what is it? Throw rocks at them, Mike answered.
Not funny, I told him. Wyo, don't borrow trouble. Haven't even settled how we leave this puka without being nabbed. Mike, Prof says 9 guards were killed last night, and Wyo says 27 is whole bodyguard, leaving 18. Do you know if that's true? Do you know where they are and what they're up to? Can't put on a revolution if we doesn't stir out.
Prof interrupted.
That's a temporary exigency.
Manuel, one we can cope with.
The point Wyoming raised is basic and should be discussed, and daily until solved.
I am interested in Mike's thoughts.
Okay. But will you wait while Mike answers me?
Sorry, sir.
Mike?
Man, the official number of Warden's bodyguards is 27. If 9 were killed, the official number is now 18.
You keep saying official number. Why?
I have incomplete data which might be relevant. Let me state them before advancing even tentative conclusions. Nominally, the security officers department aside from clerks consists only of the bodyguard. But I handle payrolls for Authority Complex, and 27 is not the number of personnel charged against the security department.
Prof nodded.
Company spies.
Hold it, Prof. Who are these other people?
Mike answered. They are simply account numbers, man. I conjecture that the names they represent are in the security chief's data storage location.
Wait, Mike. Security Chief Alvarez uses you for files?
I conjecture that to be true, since his storage location is under a locked retrieval system.
I said, bloody, and added, Prof, isn't that sweet? He uses Mike to keep records. Mike knows where they are. Can't touch 'em.
Why not, Manuel?
Try to explain to Prof and why all sorts of memory a thinkum has. Permanent memories that can't be erased because patterns be logic itself, how it thinks. Short-term memories used for current programs, and then erased like memories which tell you whether you have honeyed coffee. Temporary memories held long as necessary, milliseconds, days, years, but erased when no longer needed. Permanently stored data like a human being's education, but learned perfectly and never forgotten, though may be condensed, rearranged, relocated, edited. And last but not finally, long lists of special memories ranging from memoranda files through very complex special programs, and each location tagged by on retrieval signal and locked or not, with endless possibilities on locked signals, sequential, parallel, temporal, situational, others. Don't explain computers to laymen. Simpler to explain sex to a virgin. Wyo couldn't see why, if Mike knew where Alvarez kept records, Mike didn't trot over and fetch. I gave up. Mike, can you explain?
I will try, man. Wyo, there is no way for me to retrieve locked data other than through external programming. I cannot program myself for such retrieval. My logic structure does not permit it. I must receive the signal as an external input.
Well, for bog's sake, what is this precious signal?
It is,
Mike said simply,
Special File Zebra.
And waited. Mike, I said, unlock Special File Zebra. He did, and stuff started spilling out. Had to convince Wyo that Mike hadn't been stubborn. He hadn't. He almost begged us to tickle him on that spot. Sure he knew signal, had to, but had to come from outside. That was how he was built. Mike, remind me to check with you all special-purpose locked retrieval signals. May strike ice other places.
So I conjectured, man.
Okay, we'll get to it later. Now back up and go over this stuff slowly. And Mike, as you read out, store again, without erasing, under Bastille Day, and tag it Think File. Okay?
Programmed and running.
Do that with anything new he puts in, too. Prime prize was list of names by warrants, some 200, each keyed with a code Mike identified with those blind pay accounts. Mike read that Hong Kong Luna list and was hardly started when Wyo gasped,
Stop, Mike! I've got to write these down.
I said, Hey, no writing. What's ho-ho?
That woman, Sylvia Chang, is comrade secretary back home, but that means the warden has our whole organization.
No, dear Wyoming, Prof corrected. It means we have his organization.
But
I see what Prof means, I told her. Our organization is just us three and Mike, which Warden doesn't know. But now we know his organization. So shush and let Mike read. But don't write. You have this list from Mike anytime you phone him. Mike, note that Chang woman is organization secretary, former organization in Kongville.
Noted.
Weil boiled over as she heard names of undercover finks in her town, but limited herself to noting facts about ones she knew. Not all were comrades, but enough that she stayed riled up. Nove Leningrad names didn't mean much to us. Prof recognized 3. YO, 1. When came Luna City, Prof noted over half as being comrades. I recognized several, not as fake subversives, but as acquaintances, not friends. Don't know what it would do to me to find someone I trusted on Boss Fink's payroll, but would shake me. It shook YO. When Mike finished, she said,
I've got to get home. Never in my life have I helped eliminate anyone, but I am going to enjoy putting the black on those spies.
Prof said quietly, No one will be eliminated, dear Wyoming.
What? Professor, can't you take it? Though I've never killed anyone, I've always known it might have to be done.
He shook head. Killing is not the way to handle a spy. Not when he doesn't know that you know that he is a spy. She blinked.
I must be dense.
No, dear lady. Instead, you have a charming honesty, a weakness you must guard against.
This book is continued on Disc 4.
The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, by Robert Heinlein. Continued.
Disc 4.
Killing is not the way to handle a spy, not when he doesn't know that you know that he is a spy. She blinked.
I must be dense.
No, dear lady. Instead, you have a charming honesty, a weakness you must guard against. The thing to do with a spy is to let him breathe, insist him with loyal comrades, and feed him harmless information to please his employers. These creatures will be taken into our organization. Don't be shocked. They will be in very special cells. Cages is a better word, but it would be the greatest waste to eliminate them. Not only would each spy be replaced with someone new, but also killing these traitors would tell the warden that we have penetrated his secrets. Mike, amigo mio, there should be in that file a dossier on me. Will you see? There were long notes on Prof, and I was embarrassed as they added up to harmless old fool. He was tagged as a subversive. That was why he had been sent to the Rock, as a member of underground group in Luna City, but was described as a troublemaker in organization, one who rarely agreed with others. Prof dimpled and looked pleased. I must consider trying to sell out and get myself placed on Warden's payroll. Weil did not think these funny, especially when he made clear was not joke, merely unsure tactic was practical. Revolutions must be financed, dear lady, and one way is for a revolutionary to become a police spy. It is probable that some of those prima facie traitors are actually on our side.
I wouldn't trust them.
Ah, yes, that is the rub with double agents, to be certain where their loyalties, if any, lie. Do you wish your own dossier, or would you rather hear it in private? Weil's records showed no surprises. Warden Sphinx had tabbed her years back. But I was surprised that I had a record, too. Routine check made when I was cleared to work in authority complex. Was classed as non-political, and someone had added, not too bright, which was both unkind and true. Or why would I get mixed up in revolution? Prof had Mike stop readout, hours more, leaned back, and looked thoughtful. One thing is clear, he said. The warden knew plenty about Wyoming and myself long ago, but you, Manuel, are not on his blacklist. After last night? Ah, so. Mike, Do you have anything in that file entered in the last 24 hours? Nothing. Prof said, Wyoming is right that we cannot stay here forever. Manuel, how many names did you recognize? 6, was it? Did you see any of them last night? No, but might have seen me. More likely they missed you in the crowd. I did not spot you until I came down front, and I've known you since you were a boy. But it is most unlikely that Wyoming traveled from Hong Kong and spoke at the meeting without her activity being known to the warden. He looked at Wyo. Dear lady, could you bring yourself to play the nominal role of an old man's folly? I suppose so. How, Professor? Manuel is probably in the clear. I am not, but from my dossier it seems unlikely that the authorities' Finks will bother to pick me up. You they may wish to question, or even to hold. You are rated as dangerous. It would be wise for you to stay out of sight. This room, I'm thinking of renting it for a period, weeks or even years. You could hide in it, if you do not mind the obvious construction that would be placed on your staying here. Wyo chuckled. Why, you darling. Do you think I care what anyone thinks? I'd be delighted to play the role of your bundle baby. And don't be too sure I'd just be playing. Never tease an old dog, he said mildly. He might still have one bite. I may occupy that couch most nights. Manuel, I intend to resume my usual ways, and so should you. While I feel that it will take a busy Cossack to arrest me, I will sleep sounder in this hideaway. But in addition to being a hideout, this room is good for cell meetings. It has a phone. Mike said, Professor, may I offer a suggestion? Certainly, amigo. We want your thoughts. I conclude that the hazards increase with each meeting of our executive cell. But meetings need not be corporal. You can meet, and I can join you, if I am welcome, by phone. You are always welcome, Comrade Mike. We need you. However, Prof looked worried. I said, Prof, don't worry about anybody listening in. I explained how to place a Sherlock call. Phones are safe if Mike supervises call. Reminds me, you haven't been told how to reach Mike. How, Mike? Prof use my number? Between them, they settled on mysterious. Mysterious. Prof and Mike shared childlike joy in intrigue for own sake. I suspect Prof enjoyed being rebel long before he worked out his political philosophy. While Mike, how could human freedom matter to him? Revolution was a game that gave him companionship and chance to show off talents. Mike was as conceited a machine as you are ever likely to meet. But we still need this room, Prof said, reaching into pouch, holding out thick wad of bills. I blinked. Prof, robbed a bank? Not recently. Perhaps again in the future, if the cause requires it. A rental period of 1 lunar should do as a starter. Will you arrange it, Manuel? The management might be surprised to hear my voice. I came in through a delivery door. I called manager, bargained for dated key. 4 weeks. He asked 900 Hong Kong. I offered 900 authority. He wanted to know how many would use room. I asked if it was policy of Raffles to snoop affairs of guests. We settled at 475 Hong Kong. I sent up bills. He sent down 2 dated keys. I gave 1 to Wyo, 1 to Prof. Kept 1-day key, knowing they would not reset lock unless we failed to pay at end of lunar. Earthside, I ran into insolent practice of requiring hotel guests to sign CHOP, even show identification. I asked, What next? Food? I'm not hungry, Manny. Manuel, you asked us to wait while Mike settled your questions. Let's get back to the basic problem. How are we to cope when we find ourselves facing Terra, David facing Goliath? Oh, been hoping that would go away. Mike, you really have ideas?
I said I did, man, he answered plaintively. We can throw rocks.
Bug's sake, no time for jokes.
But man, he protested, we can throw rocks at Terra. We will.
8. Took time to get through my skull that Mike was serious, and scheme might work. Then took longer to show Wyo and Prof how second part was true. Yet both parts should have been obvious. Mike reasoned so. What is war? One book defined war as use of force to achieve political result. And force is action of one body on another applied by means of energy. In war this is done by weapons. Luna had none. But weapons, when Mike examined them as class, turned out to be engines for manipulating energy. And energy Luna has plenty. Solar flux alone is good for around 1 kilowatt per square meter of surface at lunar noon. Sun power, though cyclic, is effectively unlimited. Hydrogen fusion power is almost as unlimited and cheaper, once ice is mined. Magnetic pinch bottle setup. Luna has energy. How to use? But Luna also has energy of position. She sits atop of gravity well, 11 kilometers per second deep, and kept from falling in by curb only 2.5 kilometers per second high. Mike knew that curb. Daily he tossed grain freighters over it, let them slide downhill to Terra. Mike had computed what would happen if a freighter grossing 100 tons, or same mass of rock, falls to Terra, unbraked. Kinetic energy as it hits is 6.25 times 10 to the 12 joules, over 6 trillion joules. This converts in split second to heat. Explosion. Big one. Should have been obvious. Look at Luna. What do you see? Thousands and thousands of craters. Places where somebody got playful throwing rocks. Wyo said, Joules don't mean much to me. How does that compare with H-bombs? I started to round off and head. Mike's head works faster, he answered. The concussion of a 100-ton mass on Terra approaches the yield of a 2-kiloton atomic bomb. Kilo is 1,000, Wyo murmured, and mega is 1,000,000. Why, that's only 1/50,000th as much as a 100-megaton bomb. Wasn't that the size Soviet Union used? Wyo, honey, I said gently, that's not how it works. Turn it around. 2-kiloton yield is equivalent to exploding 2 million kilograms of trinitrotoluol. And a kilo of TNT is quite an explosion. Ask a drill man. 2 million kilos will wipe out good-sized town. Check, Mike? Yes, man. But Wyo, my only female friend, there is another aspect. Multi-megaton fusion bombs are insufficient. The explosion takes place in too small a space. Most of it is wasted. While a 100-ton megaton bomb is rated as having 50,000 times the yield of a 2-kiloton bomb, its destructive effect is only about 1,300 times as great as that of a 2-kiloton explosion. But it seems to me that 1,300 times is still quite a lot if they are going to use bombs on us that much bigger. True, Wyo, my female friend, but Luna has many rocks. Oh, yes, so we have. Comrades, said Prof, this is outside my competence. In my younger or bomb-throwing days, my experience was limited to something of the order of the 1-kilogram chemical explosion of which you spoke, Manuel. But I assume that you two know what you are talking about. We do, Mike agreed. So I accept your figures. To bring it down to a scale that I could understand, this plan requires that we capture the catapult. No? Yes, Mike and I chorused. Not impossible. Then we must hold it and keep it operative. Mike, have you considered how your catapult can be protected against, let us say, one small H-tipped torpedo? Discussion went on and on. We stopped to eat. Stopped the business under Prof's rule. Instead, Mike told jokes. Each produced a "that reminds me" From Prof. By time we left Raffles Hotel evening of 14th May, 75, Mike had, with help from Prof, outlined plan of revolution, including major options at critical points. When came time to go, me to home and Prof to evening class, if not arrested, then home for bath and clothes and necessities in case he returned that night, became clear Wyo did not want to be alone in strange hotel. Wyo was stout when bets were down, between times soft and vulnerable. So I called Mom on the Sherlock and told her was bringing house guest home. Mom ran her job with style. Any spouse could bring guest home for meal or year, and our second generation was almost as free, but must ask. Don't know how other families work. We have customs firmed by a century. They suit us. So Mom didn't ask name, age, sex, marital condition. Was my right, and she too proud to ask. All she said was, "That's nice, dear. Have you two had dinner? It's Tuesday, you know." Tuesday was to remind me that our family had eaten early because Greg preaches Tuesday evenings. But if guest had not eaten, dinner would be served. Concession to guest, not to me. As with exception of Grandpa, we ate when was on table, or scrounged standing up in pantry. I assured her we had eaten, and would make tall effort to be there before she needed to leave. Despite loony mixture of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Buddhists, and 99 other flavors, I suppose Sunday is commonest day for church. But Greg belongs to sect that had calculated that sundown Tuesday to sundown Wednesday, local time Garden of Eden, zone -2, Terra, was the Sabbath. So we ate early in Terran Northern Hemisphere summer months. Mom always went to hear Greg preach, so it was not considerate to place duty on her that would clash. All of us went occasionally. I managed several times a year because terribly fond of Greg, who taught me one trade and helped me switch to another when I had to, and would gladly have made it his arm rather than mine. But Mom always went, ritual not religion, for she admitted to me one night in pillow talk that she had no religion with a brand on it, then cautioned me not to tell Greg. I exacted same caution from her. I don't know who is cranking. I'm pleased he doesn't stop. But Greg was Mom's boy husband, opted when she was very young, first wedding after her own, very sentimental about him, would deny fiercely if accused of loving him more than other husbands, yet took his faith when he was ordained and never missed a Tuesday. She said, "Is it possible that your guest would wish to attend church?" I said would see, but anyhow we would rush, and said goodbye. Then banged on bathroom door and said, "Hurry with skin, Wyo. We're short on minutes." "1 minute," she called out. She's a girlish girl. She appeared in 1 minute. "How do I look?" she asked. "Prof, will I pass?" "Dear Wyoming, I am amazed. You were beautiful before, you are beautiful now, but utterly unrecognizable. You're safe, and I am relieved." Then we waited for Prof to transform into old derelict. He would be it to his back corridor, then reappear as well-known teacher in front of class, to have witnesses in case a yellow boy was waiting to grab him. It left a moment. I told Wyo about Greg. She said, "Manny, how good is this makeup? Would it pass in church? How bright are the lights?" "No brighter than here. Good job. You'll get by. But do you want to go to church? Nobody pushing." She thought. "It would please your mother, your senior wife, would it not?" I answered slowly. "Wyo, religion is your pigeon. But since you ask, yes, nothing would start you better in Davis family than going to church with Mom. I'll go if you do." "I'll go. I thought your last name was O'Kelly." "Is. Tack Davis on with hyphen if want to be formal. Davis is first husband, dead 50 years. His family name, and all our wives are Gospaja Davis, hyphened, with every male name in Davis line plus her family name. In practice, Mom is only Gospaja Davis. Can call her that. and others use first name and add Davis if they write a check or something. Except that Ludmilla is Davis Davis, because proud of double membership, birth and option. I see. Then if a man is John Davis, he's a son, but if he has some other last name, he's your co-husband. But a girl would be Jenny Davis either way, wouldn't she? How do I tell? By her age? No, that wouldn't help. I'm confused. And I thought clan marriages were complex. Or polyandries. Though mine wasn't. At least my husband's had the same last name. No trouble. When you hear a woman about 40 address a 15-year-old as Mama Milla, you'll know which is wife and which is daughter. Not even that complex, as we don't have daughters home past husband high. They get opted. But might be visiting. Your husbands were named Nat? Oh no, Fedosiv, Choi Lin and Choi Mu. I took back my born name. Out came Prof, cackled Sinelli. Looked even worse than earlier. We left by 3 exits, made rendezvous in main corridor, open formation. Wyo and I did not walk together, as I might be nabbed. On the other hand, she did not know Lunar City, a warren so complex even native-born get lost. So I led, and she had to keep me in sight. Prof trailed to make sure she didn't lose me. If I was picked up, Wyo would find public phone, report to Mike, then return to hotel and wait for Prof. But I felt sure that any yellow jacket who arrested me would get a caress from number 7 arm. No, ho-ho. Up to level 5 and cross town by Carver Causeway. Up to level 3 and stop at Tube Station West to pick up arms and toolkit. But not pea suit. Would not have been in character. I stored it there. 1 yellow uniform at station. Showed no interest in me. South by well-lighted corridors until necessary to go outward to reach private easement lock 13, to co-op pressure tunnel serving Davis tunnels and a dozen other farms. I suppose Prof dropped off there, but I never looked back. I delayed locking through our door until Wyo caught up. Then soon was saying, Mom, allow me to present Wyma Beth Johnson. Mom took her in arms, kissed cheek, said, So glad you could come. Wyma, dear, our house is yours. See why I love our old biddy? Could have quick thrusted Wyo with same words, but was real, and Wyo knew. Hadn't warned Wyo about switching names. Thought of it en route. Some of our kids were small, and while they grew up despising Warden, no sense in risking prattle about Wyoming Knot who's visiting us. That name was listed in Special File Zebra. So, I missed warning her. Was new to conspiracy. But Wyo cut cue, and never bobbled. Greg was in preaching clothes, and would have to leave in minutes. Mom did not hurry. Took Wyo down line of husbands. Grandpa, Greg, Hans, then up line of wives. Ludmilla, Lenore, Sidrus, Anna, with stately grace, then started on our kids. I said, Mom, excuse me, want to change arms. Her eyebrows went up a millimeter, meaning, we'll speak of this, but not in front of children. So I added, No, it's late. Greg's sneaking look at watch, and Wyma and I are going to church. So excuse, please. She relaxed. Certainly, dear. As she turned away, I saw her arm go around Wyo's waist, so I relaxed. I changed arms, replacing number 7 with social arm, but was excused to duck into phone cupboard and punch Mycroft XXX. Mike, we're home, but about to go to church. Don't think you can listen there, so I'll check in later. Heard from Prof? Not yet, man. Which church is it? I may have some circuit. Pillar of Fire Repentance Tabernacle. No reference. Slow to my speed, pal. Meets in West 3 Community Hall. That's south of station on ring about number... I have it. There's a pickup inside for channels and a phone in the corridor outside. I'll keep an ear on both. I don't expect trouble, Mike. It's what Professor said to do. He is reporting now. Do you wish to speak to him? No time. Bye. That set pattern. Always keep in touch with Mike. Let him know where you are, where you plan to be. Mike would listen if he had nerve ends there. Discovery I made that morning, that Mike could listen at dead phone. Suggested it. Discovery bothered me. Don't believe in magic. But on thinking, I realized the phone could be switched on by central switching system without human intervention. If switching system had volition. Mike had Bolshaya volition. How Mike knew a phone was outside that hall is hard to say, since space could not mean to him what means to us. But he carried in storage a map, structure relations, of Luna City's engineering, and could almost always fit what we said to what he knew as Luna City. Hardly ever got lost. So from day Cabal started, we kept in touch with Mike and each other through his widespread nervous system. Won't mention it again unless necessary. Mom and Greg and Wyo were waiting at our door, Mom chomping but smiling. I saw she had lent Wyo a stole. Mom was as easy about skin as any loony, nothing new chummish, but church was another matter. We made it, although Greg went straight to platform and we to seats. I settled in warm, mindless state, going through motions. But Wyo did really listen to Greg's sermon, and either knew our hymn book or was accomplished sight reader. When we got home, young ones were in bed, and most adults. Hans and Sidris were up, and Sidris served kokosoy and cookies. Then all turned in. Mom assigned Wyo a room in tunnel most of our kids lived in, one which had had 2 smaller boys last time I noticed. Did not ask how she had reshuffled. Was clear she was giving my guest best we had, or would have put Wyo with one of older girls. I slept with Mum that night, partly because our senior wife is good for nerves, and nerve-wracking things had happened, and partly so she would know I was not sneaking to Wyo's room after things were quiet. My workshop, where I slept when slept alone, was just one bend from Wyo's door. Mum was telling me, plain as print, "Go ahead, dear. Don't tell me if you wish to be mean about it. Sneak behind my back." Which neither of us admitted. We visited as we got ready for bed, chatted after light out. Then I turned over. Instead of saying good night, Mum said, "Manuel, why does your sweet little guest make herself up as an afro? I would think that her natural coloration would be more becoming. Not that she isn't perfectly charming the way she chooses to be." So, rolled over and faced her, and explained. Sounded thin, so filled in, and found self telling all, except one point. Mike. I included Mike, but not as computer. Instead, as a man Mom was not likely to meet, for security reasons. But telling Mom, taking her into my sub-cell, should say, to become leader of own cell in turn, taking Mom into conspiracy was not case of husband who can't keep from blurting everything to his wife. At most was hasty, but was best time if she was to be told. Mom was smart. Also able executive. Running big family without baring teeth requires that. Was respected among farm families and throughout Luna City. She had been up longer than 90%. She could help. And would be indispensable inside family. Without her help, Wyo and I would find it sticky to use phone together. Hard to explain. Keep kids from noticing. Impossible. But with Mom's help, would be no problems inside household. She listened, sighed, said, "It sounds dangerous, dear." "Is," I said. "Look, Mimi, if you don't want to tackle, say so. Then forget what I've told." "Manuel, don't even say that. You are my husband, dear. I took you for better, for worse. And your wish is my command." My word. What a lie. But Mimi believed it. "I would not let you go into danger alone," she went on. "And besides—" "What, Mimi?" "I think every loony dreams of the day when we will be free. All but some poor spineless rats. I've never talked about it. There seemed to be no point, and it's necessary to look up, not down, lift one's burden and go ahead."
But I thank dear Bog that I have been permitted to live to see the time come, if indeed it has. Explain more about it. I am to find 3 others, is it? 3 who can be trusted?
Don't hurry. Move slowly. Be sure.
Sidrus can be trusted. She holds her tongue, that one.
Don't think you should pick from family. Need to spread out. Don't rush.
I shan't. We'll talk before I do anything. And Manuel, if you want my opinion.
She stopped. Always want your opinion, Mimi.
Don't mention this to Grandpa. He's forgetful these days and sometimes talkative. Now sleep, dear. And don't dream.
9. Followed a long time during which would have been possible to forget anything as unlikely as revolution had not the tales taken so much time. Our first purpose was not to be noticed. Long-distance purpose was to make things as much worse as possible. Yes, worse. Never was a time, even at last, when all loonies wanted to throw off authority, wanted it bad enough to revolt. All loonies despised Warden and cheated authority. Didn't mean they were ready to fight and die. If you had mentioned patriotism to a loony, he would have stared, or thought you were talking about his homeland. Were transported Frenchmen whose hearts belonged to La Belle Patrie, ex-Germans loyal to Vaterland, Ruskies who still loved Holy Mother Russia. But Luna? Luna was the rock, place of exile, not thing to love. We were as non-political a people as history ever produced. I know. I was as numb to politics as any until circumstances pitched me into it. Wyoming was in it because she hated authority for a personal reason. Prof, because he despised all authority in a detached, intellectual fashion. Mike, because he was a bored and lonely machine, and was for him only game in town. You could not have accused us of patriotism. I came closest because I was 3rd generation with total lack of affection for any place on Terra. Had been there, disliked it, and despised earthworms. Made me more patriotic than most. Average loony was interested in beer, betting, women, and work, in that order. Women might be second place, but first was unlikely, much as women were cherished. Loonies had learned there never were enough women to go around. Slow learners died, as even most possessive male can't stay alert every minute. As Prof says, a society adapts to fact, or doesn't survive. Loonies adapted to harsh facts, or failed and died. But patriotism was not necessary to survival. Like old Chinese saying that fish aren't aware of water, I was not aware of any of this until I first went to Terra, and even then did not realize what a blank spot was in loonies under storage location marked patriotism, until I took part in the effort to stir them up. Wyo and her comrades had tried to push patriotism button, and got nowhere. Years of work, a few thousand members, less than 1% of that microscopic number, almost 10%, had been paid spies of Boss Fink. Prof set us straight. Easier to get people to hate than to get them to love. Luckily, Security Chief Alvarez gave us a hand. Those 9 dead Finks were replaced with 90, for authority was gulled into something it did reluctantly, namely, spend money on us. And one folly led to another. Warden's bodyguard had never been large even in earliest days. Prison guards in historical meaning were unnecessary, and that had been one attraction of penal colony system. Cheap. Warden and his deputy had to be protected, and visiting VIPs. But prison itself needed no guards. They even stopped guarding ships after it became clear was not necessary. And in May 2075, bodyguard was down to its cheapest numbers, all of them new chum transportees. But loss of 9 in one night scared somebody. We knew it scared Alvarez. He filed copies of his demands for help in Zebra file, and Mike read them. A lad who had been a police officer on Terra before his conviction, and then a bodyguard all his years in Luna. Alvarez was probably most frightened and loneliest man in the Rock. He demanded more and tougher help, threatened to resign civil service job if he didn't get it. Just a threat, which authority would have known if it had really known Luna. If Alvarez had shown up in any warren as unarmed civilian, he would have stayed breathing only as long as not recognized. He got these additional guards. We never found out who ordered that raid. Mort the Wart had never shown such tendencies, had been King Log throughout tenure. Perhaps Alvarez, having only recently succeeded to boss Fink Spot, wanted to make face, may have had ambition to be warden. But likeliest theory is that Warden's report on subversive activities caused authority Earthside to order a cleanup. One thumb-fingered mistake led to another. New bodyguards, instead of picking from new transportees, were elite convict troops, Federated Nations, crack, peace dragoons. Were mean and tough, did not want to go to Luna, and soon realized that temporary police duty was a one-way trip. Hated Luna and loonies, and saw us as cause of it all. Once Alvarez got them, he posted a 24-hour watch at every inter-warren tube station, and instituted passports and passport control. Would have been illegal had there been laws in Luna, since 95% of us were theoretically free, either born free or sentence completed. Percentage was higher in cities, as undischarged transportees lived in barrack warrens, a complex, and came into town only 2 days per lunar they had off work. If then, as they had no money, but sometimes saw them wandering around, hoping somebody would buy a drink. But passport system was not illegal, as Warden's regulations were only written law. Was announced in papers. We were given week to get passports. And at 800 one morning was put in effect. Some loonies hardly ever traveled. Some traveled on business. Some commuted from outlying warrens, or even from Luna City to Novolin, or other way. Good little boys filled out applications, paid fees, were photographed, got passes. I was good little boy on Proof's advice. Paid for passport, and added it to pass I carried to work in complex. Few good little boys. Loonies did not believe it. Passports? Who ever heard of such a thing? Was a trooper in Tube Station South that morning dressed in bodyguard yellow rather than regimentals, and looked like he hated it and us. I was not going anywhere. I hung back and watched. Novilin capsule was announced. Crowd of 30-odd headed for gate. Господин Yellow Jacket demanded passport the first to reach it. Loney stopped to argue. Second one pushed past. Guard turned and yelled. 3 or 4 more shoved past. Guard reached for sidearm. Somebody grabbed his elbow. Gun went off. Not a laser, a slug gun. Noisy. Slug hit decking and went whee, whee, whoo off somewhere. I faded back. 1 man hurt. That guard. When first press of passengers had gone down ramp, he was on deck, not moving. Nobody paid attention. They walked around or stepped over, except one woman carrying a baby, who stopped, kicked him carefully in face, then went down ramp. He may have been dead already. Didn't wait to see. Understand bodies stayed there till relief arrived. Next day was a half squad in that spot. Capsule for Novolin left empty. It settled down. Those who had to travel got passports. Diehards quit traveling. Guard at the tube gate became 2 men. One looked at passports, while others stood back, with gun drawn. One who checked passports did not try hard, which was well, as most were counterfeit, and early ones were crude. But before long, authentic paper was stolen, and counterfeits were as dinkum as official ones. More expensive, but loonies preferred free enterprise passports. Our organization did not make counterfeits. We merely encouraged it, and knew who had them and who did not. Mike's records listed officially issued ones. This helped separate sheep from goats in files we were building. Also stored in Mike, but in Bastille location, as we figured a man with counterfeit passport was halfway to joining us. Word was passed down cells in our growing organization never to recruit anybody with a valid passport. If recruiter was not certain, just query upwards, and answer came back. But guards' troubles were not over. Does not help a guard's dignity, nor add to peace of mind to have children stand in front of him, or behind, out of eye, which was worse, and ape every move he makes, or run back and forth screaming obscenities, jeering, making finger motions that are universal. At least guards took them as insults. One guard backhanded a small boy, cost him some teeth. Result? 2 guards dead, 1 loony dead. After that, guards ignored children. We didn't have to work this up. We merely encouraged it. You wouldn't think that a sweet old lady like my senior wife would encourage children to misbehave, but she did. Other things get single men a long way from home upset, and one we did start. These peace dragoons had been sent to the Rock without a comfort detachment. Some of our femmes were extremely beautiful, and some started loitering around stations, dressed in less than usual, which could approach 0, and wearing more than usual amount of perfume, scents with range and striking power. They did not speak to Yellow Jackets nor look at them. They simply crossed their line of sight, undulating as only a loony gal can. A female on Terra can't walk that way. She's tied down by 6 times too much weight. Such, of course, produces a male gallery, from men down to lads not yet pubescent. Happy whistles and cheers for her beauty. Nasty laughs at Yellow Boy. First girls to take this duty were slot machine types, but volunteers sprang up so fast that Prof decided we need not spend money. He was correct. Even Ludmilla, shy as a kitten, wanted to try it, and did not only because Mom told her not to. But Lenore, 10 years older and prettiest of our family, did try it, and Mom did not scold. She came back pink and excited and pleased with herself, and anxious to tease Enemy again. Her own idea. Lenore did not then know that revolution was brewing. During this time I rarely saw Prof, and never in public. We kept touch by phone. At first a bottleneck was that our farm had just 1 phone for 25 people, many of them youngsters who would tie up a phone for hours unless coerced. Mimi was strict. Our kids were allowed 1 outgoing call per day, and max of 90 seconds on a call, with rising scale of punishment, tempered by her warmth in granting exceptions. But grants were accompanied by Mum's phone lecture. When I first came to Luna, there were no private phones. You children don't know how soft. We were one of last prosperous families to install a phone. It was new in household when I was opted. We were prosperous because we never bought anything farm could not produce. Mum disliked phone because rates at Luna City Co-op Com Company were passed on in large measure to authority. She never could understand why I could not, since you know all about such things, Manuel dear, steal phone service as easily as we liberated power. That a phone instrument was part of a switching system into which it must fit was no interest to her. Steal it, I did, eventually. Problem with illicit phone is how to receive incoming calls. Since phone is not listed, even if you tell persons from whom you want calls, switching system itself does not have you listed. Is no signal that can tell it to connect other party with you. Once Mike joined conspiracy, switching was no problem. I had in workshop most of what I needed, bought some items and liberated others. Drilled a tiny hole from workshop to phone cupboard and another to Wyo's room. Virgin rock a meter thick, but a laser drill collimated to a thin pencil cuts rapidly. I unshipped listed phone, made a wireless coupling to line in its recess and concealed it. All else needed were binaural receptors and a speaker in Wyo's room, concealed, and same in mine, and a circuit to raise frequency above audio to have silence on Davis' phone line, and its converse to restore audio incoming. Only problem was to do this without being seen, and Mum generaled that. All else was Mike's problem. Used no switching arrangements. From then on used Mycroft XXX, only when calling from some other phone. Mike listened at all times in workshop and in Wyo's room. If he heard my voice or hers say, "Mike," he answered, but not to other voices. Voice patterns were as distinctive to him as fingerprints. He never made mistakes. Minor flourishes. Soundproofing Wyo's door such as workshop door already had. Switching to suppress my instrument or hers. Signals to tell me she was alone in her room and door locked, and vice versa. All added up to safe means whereby Wyo and I could talk with Mike or with each other, or could set up talk of Mike, Wyo, Prof, and self. Mike would call Prof wherever he was. Prof would talk or call back from a more private phone. Or might be Wyo or myself had to be found. We all were careful to stay checked in with Mike. My bootleg phone, though it had no way to punch a call, could be used to call any number in Luna. Speak to Mike. Ask for a Sherlock to anybody. Not tell him number. Mike had all listings and could look up a number faster than I could. We were beginning to see unlimited possibilities in a phone switching system, alive and on our side. I got from Mike and gave Mom still another null number to call Mike if she needed to reach me. She grew chummy with Mike while continuing to think he was a man. This spread throughout our family. One day as I returned home, Sidra said, "Manny, darling, your friend with the nice voice called, Mike Holmes, wants you to call back." "Thanks, hon. Will." "When are you going to invite him to dinner, man? I think he's nice." I told her Господин Holmes had bad breath, was covered with rank hair, and hated women. She used a rude word, Mom not being in earshot. "You're afraid to let me see him. Afraid I'll opt out for him." I patted her and told her that was why. I told Mike and Prof about it. Mike flirted even more with my womenfolk after that. Prof was thoughtful. I began to learn techniques of conspiracy, and to appreciate Prof's feeling that revolution could be an art. Did not forget, nor ever doubt, Mike's prediction that Luna was only 7 years from disaster, but did not think about it. Thought about fascinating, finicky details. Prof had emphasized that stickiest problems in conspiracy are communications and security, and had pointed out that they conflict. Easier are communications, greater is risk to security. If security is tight, organization can be paralyzed by safety precautions. He had explained that cell system was a compromise. I accepted cell system since it was necessary to limit losses from spies. Even Wyo admitted that organization without compartmentation could not work after she learned how rotten with spies old underground had been. But I did not like clogged communications of cell system. Like Terran dinosaurs of old, took too long to send message from head to tail or back. So talked with Mike. We discarded many linked channels I had suggested to Prof. We retained cells but based security and communication on marvelous possibilities of our dinkum thinkum. Communications. We set up a ternary tree of party names. Chairman, Господин Adam Saline, Mike. Executive Cell, Bork, me. Betty, Wyo. Bill, Prof. Bork's Cell, Cassie, Mom. Colin, Chang. Betty's Cell, Calvin, Greg. Cecilia, Sidris. Clayton. Bill's Cell, Cornwall, Finn Nielsen. Carolyn, Cotter, and so on. At 7th link, George supervises Herbert, Henry, and Hallie. By the time you reach that level, you need 2,187 names with H. But turn it over to savvy computer who finds or invents them. Each recruit is given a party name and an emergency phone number. This number, instead of chasing through many links, connects with Adam Saline. Mike. Security. Based on double principle. No human being can be trusted with anything, but Mike could be trusted with everything. Grim first half is beyond dispute. With drugs and other unsavory methods, any man can be broken. Only defense is suicide, which may be impossible. Oh, our hollow tooth methods, classic and novel, some nearly infallible. Prof saw to it that Wyo and myself were equipped. Never knew what he gave her as a final friend, and since I never had to use mine, is no point in messy details. Nor am I sure I would ever suicide. Am not stuff of martyrs. But Mike could never need to suicide. Could not be drugged. Did not feel pain. He carried everything concerning us in a separate memory bank under a locked signal programmed only to our three voices, and, since flesh is weak, we added a signal under which any of us could lock out other two in emergency. In my opinion, as best computer man in Luna, Mike could not remove this lock once it was set up. Best of all, nobody would ask Master Computer for this file because nobody knew it existed. Did not suspect Mike as Mike existed. How secure can you be, huh? Only risk was that this awakened machine was whimsical. Mike was always showing unforeseen potentials. Conceivable, he could figure out way to get around block, if he wanted to. But would never want to. He was loyal to me, first and oldest friend. He liked Prof. I think he loved Wyo. No, sex meant nothing. But Wyo is lovable, and they hit it off from start. I trusted Mike. In this life you have to bet. On that bet, I would give any odds. So, we based security on trusting Mike with everything while each of us knew only what he had to know. Take that tree of names and numbers. I knew only party names of my cellmates, and the three directly under me. Was all I needed. Mike set up party names, assigned phone number to each, kept roster of real names versus party names. Let's say party member Daniel, whom I would not know, being a D 2 levels below me, recruits Fritz Schultz. Daniel reports fact, but not name upwards. Adam Celine calls Daniel, assigns for Schultz party name Embrook. Then phones Schultz at number received from Daniel. Gives Schultz his name, Embrook, an emergency phone number, this number being different for each recruit. Not even Embrook's cell leader would know Embrook's emergency number. What you do not know, you cannot spill. Not under drugs, nor torture, nor anything. Not even from carelessness. Now, let's suppose I need to reach Comrade Embrook. I don't know who he is. He may live in Hong Kong, or be shopkeeper nearest my home. Instead of passing message down, hoping it will reach him, I call Mike. Mike connects me with Embrook at once, in a Sherlock, without giving me his number. Or suppose I need to speak to Comrade who is preparing cartoon we're about to distribute in every tap room in Luna. I don't know who he is, but I need to talk to him. Something has come up. I call Mike. Mike knows everything, and again I am quickly connected. And this comrade knows it's okay, as Adam Celine arranged call. Comrade Bork speaking, and he doesn't know me, but initial B tells him that I am VIP indeed. We have to change so-and-so. Tell your cell leader and have him check, but get on with it. Minor flourishes. Some comrades did not have phones. Some could be reached only at certain hours. Some outlying wards did not have phone service. No matter. Mike knew everything, and the rest of us did not know anything that could endanger any but that handful whom each knew face to face. After we decided that Mike should talk voice to any comrade under some circumstances, it was necessary to give him more voices and dress him up, make him 3 dimensions, create Adam Celine, chairman of the Provisional Committee of Free Luna. Mike's need for more voices lay, in fact, that he had just one vocoder, whereas his brain could handle 12 conversations, or 100, don't know how many, like a chess master playing 50 opponents, only more so. This would cause a bottleneck as organization grew and Adam Celine was phoned oftener, and could be crucial if we lasted long enough to go into action. Besides giving him more voices, I wanted to silence one he had. One of those so-called computer men might walk into Machine's room while we were phoning Mike. bound to cause even his dim wit to wonder if he found Master Machine apparently talking to itself. Vocoder is a very old device. Human voice is buzzes and hisses, mixed various ways. True even of a coloratura soprano. A vocoder analyzes buzzes and hisses into patterns. One a computer, or trained eye, can read. A voder is a little box which can buzz and hiss, and has controls to vary these elements to match those patterns. A human can play a voder, producing artificial speech. A properly programmed computer can do it as fast, as easily, as clearly as you can speak. But voices on a phone wire are not sound waves, but electrical signals. Mike did not need audio part of vocoder to talk by phone. Sound waves were needed only by human at other end. No need for speech sounds inside Mike's room at Authority Complex. So I planned to remove them, and thereby any danger that somebody might notice. First, I worked at home, using number 3 arm most of time. Result was very small box, which sandwiched 20 vocoder circuits minus audio side. Then I called Mike and told him to get ill in way that would annoy a warden. Then I waited. We had done this get ill trick before. I went back to work once I learned that I was clear, which was Thursday, that same week when Alvarez read into Zebra file an account of shambles at Stiliagi Hall. His version listed about 100 people, out of perhaps 300. List included Shorty McCrum, Wyo, Prof, and Finn Nielsen, but not me. Apparently I was missed by his Sphinx. It told how 9 police officers, each deputized by warden to preserve peace, had been shot down in cold blood. Also named 3 of our dead. An add-on a week later stated that the notorious agent provocateur Wyoming Knot of Hong Kong in Luna, whose incendiary speech on Monday, 13th May, had incited the riot that cost the lives of 9 brave officers, had not been apprehended in Luna City, and had not returned to her usual haunts in Hong Kong in Luna, and was now believed to have died in the massacre she herself set off. This add-on admitted what earlier report failed to mention, i.e., bodies were missing, and exact number of dead was not known. This PS settled 2 things. Wyo could not go home, nor back to being a blonde. Since I had not been spotted, I resumed my public ways, took care of customers that week, bookkeeping machines and retrieval files at Carnegie Library, and spent time having Mike read out Zebra file and other special files, doing so in room L of Raffles, as I did not yet have my own phone. During that week Mike niggled at me like an impatient child, which he was, wanting to know when I was coming over to pick up more jokes. Failing that, he wanted to tell them by phone. I got annoyed, and had to remind myself that from Mike's viewpoint, analyzing jokes was just as important as freeing Luna, and you don't break promises to a child. Besides that, I got itchy wondering whether I could go inside Complex without being nabbed. We knew Prof was not clear, was sleeping in Raffles on that account. Yet they knew he had been at meeting, and knew where he was, daily, but no attempt was made to pick him up. When we learned that attempt had been made to pick up Wyo, I grew itchier. Was I clear? Or were they waiting to nab me, quietly? Had to know. So I called Mike, and told him to have a tummy ache. He did so. I was called in. No trouble. Aside from showing passport at station, then to a new guard at Complex, all was usual. I chatted with Mike, picked up 1,000 jokes, with understanding that we would report 100 at a time every 3 or 4 days, no faster. Told him to get well, and went back to L City, stopping on way out to bill chief engineer for working time, travel and tool time, materials, special service, anything I could load in. Thereafter, saw Mike about once a month. Was safe. Never went there except when they called me for malfunction beyond ability of their staff. And I was always able to repair it. Sometimes quickly, sometimes after a full day and many tests. Was careful to leave tool marks on cover plates, and had before and after printouts of tests run to show what had been wrong, how I analyzed it, what I had done. Mike always worked perfectly after one of my visits. I was indispensable. So, after I prepared his new vocoder add-on, didn't hesitate to tell him to get ill. Call came in 30 minutes. Mike had thought up a dandy. His illness was wild oscillations in conditioning Warden's residence. He was running its heat up, then down, on an 11-minute cycle, while oscillating its air pressure on a short cycle, ca. 2 cycles per second, enough to make a man dreadfully nervy, and perhaps cause earache. Conditioning a single residence should not go through a master computer. In Davis tunnels, we handle home and farm with idiot controls, feedbacks for each cubic, with alarms so that somebody could climb out of bed and control by hand until trouble could be found. If cows got chilly, did not hurt corn. If lights failed over wheat, vegetables were okay. That Mike could raise hell with Warden's residence and nobody could figure out what to do shows silliness of piling everything into one computer. Mike was happy-joyed. This was humor he really scanned. I enjoyed it too. Told him to go ahead, have fun, spread out tools. Got out little black box. A computer man of the watch comes banging and ringing at door. I took my time answering and carried number 5 arm in right hand with short wing bare. This makes some people sick and upsets almost everybody. "What in hell do you want, chum?" I inquired. "Listen," he says. "Warden is raising hell. Haven't you found trouble?" My compliments to Warden and tell him I will override by hand to restore his precious comfort as soon as I locate faulty circuit. If not slowed up by silly questions. Are you going to stand with door open blowing dust into machines while I have cover plates off? If you do, since you were in charge, when dust puts machines on sputter, you can repair it. I won't leave a warm bed to help. You can tell that to your bloody Warden too. What's your language, cobber? What's yours, convict? Are you going to close that door, or shall I walk out and go back to L City? And raise number 5 like a club. He closed door. Had no interest in insulting poor sod. Was one small bit of policy to make everybody as unhappy as possible. He was finding working for Warden difficult. I wanted to make it unbearable. "Shall I step it up?" Mike inquired. Hold it so for 10 minutes, then stop abruptly. Then jog it for an hour, say, with air pressure. Erratic but hard. Know what a sonic boom is? Certainly. It is a... Don't define. After you drop major effect, rattle his air ducts every few minutes with nearest to a boom system will produce. Then give him something to remember. Mike, can you make his WC run backwards? I surely can. All of them? How many does he have? 6. Well, program to give them all a push, enough to soak his rugs. But if you can spot one nearest his bedroom, fountain it clear to ceiling. Can? Program set up. Good. Now for your present, ducky. There was room in voter audio box to hide it, and I spent 40 minutes with number 3, getting it just so. We trial checked it through voter vocoder. Then I told him to call Wyo and check each circuit. For 10 minutes was silence, which I spent putting tool marks on a cover plate, which should have been removed had anything been wrong, putting tools away, putting number 6 arm on, rolling up 1,000 jokes, waiting in printout. I had found no need to cut off audio of voter. Mike had thought of it before I had, and always chopped off any time door was touched. Since his reflexes were better than mine by a factor of at least 1,000, I forgot it. At last he said, "All 20 circuits are okay. I can switch circuits in the middle of a word, and Wyo can't detect discontinuity. And I call Prof and said hello, and talk to Mom on your home phone, all 3 at the same time." We're in business. What excuse you give Mom? I asked her to have you call me, Adam Celine, that is. Then we chatted. She's a charming conversationalist.
We discussed Greg's sermon of last Tuesday.
Huh? How?
I told her I had listened to it, man, and quoted a poetic part.
Oh, Mike.
It's okay, man. I let her think I sat in back, then slipped out during the closing hymn. She's not nosy. She knows that I don't want to be seen.
Mom is nosiest female in Luna. Guess it's okay. But don't do it again. Do it again. You monitor meetings and lectures and concerts and stuff.
Unless some busybody switches me off by hand. Man, I can't control those spot pickups the way I do a phone.
The simplest switch. Brute muscle rather than solid-state flip-flop.
That's barbaric and unfair.
Mike, almost everything is unfair. What can't be cured
must be endured. That's a funny once, man.
Sorry, let's change it. What can't be cured should be tossed out and something better put in. Which will do. What chance is last time you calculated?
Approximately 1 in 9, man.
Getting worse?
Man, they'll get worse for months. We haven't reached the crisis.
With the Yankees in cellar, too. Oh well. Back to other matter. From now on, when you talk to anyone, if he's been to a lecture or whatever, you were there too, and prove it by recalling something.
Noted. Why, man?
Have you read The Scarlet Pimpernel? Maybe in public library.
Yes. Shall I read it back?
No. You're our Scarlet Pimpernel, our John Galt, our Swamp Fox, our man of mystery. You go everywhere, know everything, slip in and out of town without passport. You're always there, yet nobody catches sight of you. His lights rippled. He gave a subdued chuckle.
That's funny, man. Funny once, funny twice, maybe funny always.
Funny always. How long ago did you stop Gymkhana at Warden's?
43 minutes ago, except erratic booms.
Bet his teeth ache. Give him 15 minutes more, then I'll report job completed.
Noted. Wyo sent you a message, man. She said to remind you of Billy's birthday party.
Oh, my word. Stop everything. I'm leaving. Bye. I hurried out. Billy's mother is Anna. Probably her last. And right well she's done by us. 8 kids. 3 still home. I tried to be as careful as Mom never to show favoritism. But Billy is quite a boy, and I taught him to read. Possible he looks like me. Stopped at Chief Engineer's office to leave Bill and demand to see him. Was let in and he was in belligerent mood. Warden had been riding him. Hold it, I told him. My son's birthday, and shan't be late, but must show you something. Took an envelope from Kit, dumped item on desk. Corpse of housefly which I charred with a hot wire and fetched. We do not tolerate flies in Davis tunnels, but sometimes one wanders in from city as locks are opened. This wound up in my workshop just when I needed it. See that? Guess where I found it. On that faked evidence, I built a lecture on care of fine machines. Talked about doors opened. Complained about man on watch. Dust can ruin a computer. Insects are unpardonable. Yet your watchstanders wander in and out as if tube station. Today both doors held open, while this idiot yammered. If I find more evidence that cover plates have been removed by hoof-handed chum who attracts flies, well, it's your plan, Chief. Got more than I can handle. Been doing your chores because I like fine machines. Can't stand to see them abused. Goodbye. Hold on. I want to tell you something. Sorry, got to go. Take it or leave it. I'm no vermin exterminator. I'm a computer man. Nothing frustrates a man so much as not letting him get in his say. With luck and help from Warden, Chief Engineer would have ulcers by Christmas. Was late anyhow, and made humble apology to Billy. Alvarez had thought up new wrinkle. Close search on leaving complex. I endured it with never a nasty word for dragoons who searched me. Wanted to get home. But those 1,000 jokes bothered them. "What's this?" one demanded. "Computer paper," I said. "Test runs." His mate joined him. Don't think they could read. They wanted to confiscate, so I demanded they call chief engineer. They let me go. I felt not displeased. More and more such, and guards were daily more hated. Decision to make Mike more a person rose from need to have any party member phone him on occasion. My advice about concerts and plays was simply a side effect. Mike's voice over phone had odd quality I had not noticed during time I had visited him only at Complex. When you speak to a man by phone, there is background noise, and you hear him breathe, hear heartbeats, body motion, even though rarely conscious of these. Besides that, even if he speaks under a hush hood, noises get through, enough to fill space, make him a body with surroundings. With Mike was none of this. By then Mike's voice was human in timbre and quality, recognizable. He was baritone, had North American accent with Aussie overtones. As Michelle, she, had a light soprano with French flavor. Mike's personality grew also. When first I introduced him to Wyo and Proof, he sounded like a pedantic child. In short weeks he flowered, until I visualized a man about my own age. His voice, when he first woke, was blurred and harsh, hardly understandable. Now it was clear, and choice of words and phrasing was consistent. Colloquial to me, scholarly to Proof, gallant to Wyo. Variation one expects of mature adults. But background was dead. Thick silence. So we filled it. Mike needed only hints. He did not make his breathing noisy. Ordinarily, you would not notice. But he would stick in touches. "Sorry, Manny, you caught me bathing when the phone sounded," and let one hear hurried breathing. Or, "I was eating. I had to swallow." He used such even on me, once he undertook to be a human body. We all put Adam Celine together, talking it over at Raffles. How old he was, what did he look like, married, where did he live, what work, what interests. We decided that Adam was about 40, healthy, vigorous, well-educated, interested in all arts and sciences, and very well grounded in history. A match chess player, but little time to play. He was married in commonest type, a troika in which he was senior husband, 4 children. Wife and junior husband not in politics, so far as we knew. He was ruggedly handsome, with wavy iron-gray hair, and was mixed race. 2nd generation one side, 3rd on other. Was wealthy by loony standards, with interest in Novelin and Kongville, as well as El City. He kept offices in Luna City, outer office with 12 people, plus private office staffed by male deputy and female secretary. Why I wanted to know was he bundling with secretary. I told her to switch off, was private. Wyo said indignantly that she was not being snoopy. Weren't we trying to create a rounded character? We decided that offices were in Old Dome, 3rd ramp, south side, heart of financial district. If you know El City, you recall that in Old Dome some offices have windows since they can look out over floors of dome. I wanted this for sound effects. We drew a floor plan, and had that office existed, it would have been between Etna Luna and Greenberg and Company.
This book is continued on Disc 5.